let's make sure we're live here. The setup will take a little bit of time, so that's why I'm fine with starting it a bit early. Visually looks good. Does it sound good? Sounds good as well. So, hello, people of the internet. It is I, Soulrack Dragon, here, back with more of the FSN Remaster, where today, hopefully beyond all hopes, we will finish the Fate route. No idea if we will or not, but we've got to be approaching the end of this. We've just got to be approaching the end. We are on day 15. I believe the Holy Grail War is supposed to take less than 2 weeks. Plus, look at the chapter, look at the day name, Utopia. You can't tell me that doesn't sort of scream final chapter or anything like that. But, ignoring all of that, please make sure, if you're watching this on YouTube, give this a like. It helps out in the long run, and, you know, I would appreciate it. Yeah, I'd appreciate it. That's kind of the extent that I'm going to go with that. Anyways, let's begin our reading session for the day. When I awake, the sun is already up. My room is dimly lit. I feel like it's still last night, but I quickly shake my head to banish the thought. It's cloudy outside. No wonder I didn't wake up. The added darkness seems to have done a lot to help my sleep-deprived body get some actual rest. A glance at the clock tells me it's past 1 in the afternoon. Damn! I can't even think of any time I've ever slept that late. Then again, I think he did go to sleep, like, well past midnight, so... no, even then. Even going to sleep that late, I've never slept in to past 1 a.m. Maybe I think when I was up till 6 a.m., did I sleep that late? Or when I was violently ill? But, you know, Shiro, you know, he just kind of got eviscerated by Gilgamesh, amongst other things, you know. I think Saber's still in bed with him, and there were some implications of what happened, but censored for this version of the game, so yeah. It's way past the point of oversleeping. Saber, are you awake? There's no answer. She's still next to me, slightly curled and still asleep. Once I'm not sleepy anymore, I wake up, but Saber has to recover her magical energy. Considering how much she's slept in the past, I doubt she'll wake up until later in the afternoon. Then you stay in bed with her, Shiro. You stay in bed with the girl you are in a relationship, man. I leave my room without waking Saber. There's no reason to wake her. The real danger is at night. There's no way Lancer or Gilgamesh will appear while the sun's still out. So we need to come up with a plan. I don't know about Lancer, but Gilgamesh will definitely show up tonight. Given his personality and the murderous look he gave us before he left yesterday, we can definitely expect him tonight. But what should we do? He has an infinite supply of noble phantasms, and one of them is stronger than Excalibur. It's not stronger than Excalibur necessarily, it's just, you know, Seba was clearly still holding back. Berserker was a hard enemy to defeat, but we still managed. We managed to find and exploit a chance to turn the tide against him. Not this guy. If he showed up now, it wouldn't even be a contest. One blow from that noble phantasm, yeah, and we're finished. I need to think of something. There's not much time until the sun sets. There won't be an end to this if I think on my own. If Saber, Tosaka, and I can't think of a plan, then... a church. Maybe that overseer priest might know something. That sounds like a terrible idea. He might have a plan that could help us deal with the mess we're in. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Kotomine said he would find some way to deal with this servant who survived the previous Holy Grail War. Even if we can't think of a countermeasure, Kotomine may already have thought of something. Terrible idea. Absolutely terrible. You're not even consulting with Reen first. Terrible idea, Shiro. Terrible. I walk up the hill. The sky is blanketed with ash-gray clouds. The church sits alone atop the hill. There's nobody there and not a sound to be heard. Not even birds chirping. Maybe that's because it's so gloomy out. This place looks more ominous than holy. It looks like an execution site. You go in there, you're probably going to be executed. No lies. Oh, I feel like I missed the line. I walk up the long hill and cross the wide open square, ready to be judged for my sins and cast down into hell. What the hell am I talking about? That's no metaphor. Besides, the church is a place where people die. Hospitals work to prolong a person's life, but plenty of people die there. Churches are like that too. In a sense, death hangs heavy over this place. I don't think that's necessarily true. Churches are generally a place people go to honor a life that is lost, not to die, Shiro. The wind's cold. I pull up my collar and climb the church's stairs. I came to talk to you. I step into the chapel. Just like the square, there's nobody here. He might be in the back. I pass through the pews and walk towards the altar. Well, it's making a tapping sound for me, so I do not need to make a tapping sound. A dry sound echoes through the chapel. The building is probably designed to make sounds echo, but the sound of my lone footsteps is haunting in this huge, empty space. Are you here? I call softly to the priest. This is ridiculous. If I want an answer, I should be shouting. He's probably in the back, so he won't hear me unless I shout. But I don't. I keep quiet, tiptoeing my way to the back of the church. Tiptoeing's not actually a good way to be stealthy. Just saying. Am I doing this so that I don't mess with the solemn air of the chapel? Or because I feel like if I'm spotted, I'll be surrounded by things I don't understand and maybe get beheaded for defiling God or something? Honestly, Shiro, asking the reader to interpret what goes on inside that head of yours, you are asking for a near impossible thing. I exit the chapel and head to the courtyard. If I remember correctly, Kotomene's room is... I walk more quietly down the corridor. The church is like a labyrinth, and I don't know how to find Kotomene's room. My memory is kind of hazy, and I'm sure I won't be able to find it on my own. There's something. I slow my breathing. It's hard to breathe. My throat is parched. I don't know why, but beads of sweat begin to form on my forehead, though the corridor is chilly. I use all my senses to try and get a feel of my surroundings. I do so, but I'm not sure why. Why am I walking so quietly? Why is my heart beating so fast? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this place? Yeah, the red dialogue definitely is sort of bad end intentions. Hey, J6, welcome to the stream. How be things? How be things? Two words repeat over and over in my mind. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Kotomene's not here, so you have no reason to stay. I thought it was gonna make a sort of a rhyming thing so I could do it sort of sing-songy. But no, I can't. Hey, congrats on beating the bell-bearing hunter. Congrats on defeating him in his second weakest form. Yeah! Yeah, second weakest form. It sucks. They did a good thing with making him a reoccurring boss-type enemy. Hitless fight, too, though. Damn. I don't think I ever got that dang good. You done be better parrying than I is. So good job, J6. Good job. 2 hours? Hey, you know. It took me 20 plus hours to beat Melania the Blade of Mikola, who never knew defeat. So, you know. It's fine. Kotomene's not here, so you have no reason to stay. You're alone. You should go home. This is a mistake. It shouldn't be so cold. It's all wrong. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back for your own sake. Go back. There's nothing bad happening here. This place is a church. There's nothing bad happening in this church, so just go home. So does Shiro have some kind... I'm pretty sure No, I don't think even Emiya has instinct as a skill. He has, mind's eye, which kind of is a sense of precognition, if memory serves, of my bit of Fate lore. So is this sort of a bit of a hint of Shiro having that sixth sense of danger or something? Oh yeah, you're still ages away from Melania, the Blade of Nicola, who never knew defeat J6. Ages. By the way, do you play PS5 or Xbox Series 1 or PC, out of curiosity? I feel nauseous. I think I might throw up. My intuition is always right about these kinds of things. Elden Ring, do you play on the PlayStation 5, the PC, or the Xbox Series S? Or I guess PS4. Is Elden Ring on PS4? I don't know. For an untrained mage, I have a pretty good danger sense. Which is why my feet don't stop. That's a shame, because currently open beta for Elden Ring Night Rain has started, but the open beta, or the closed beta rather, is exclusive to PlayStation and Xbox. I signed up for the open beta, that's why I know this. But yeah, it's PlayStation and Xbox exclusive for the closed beta, at least. I don't know, they might change that in the future. But yeah, if you could parry kill the bell-bearing hunter with a keyboard and mouse, J6, I would honestly have no words to say. That would be insanity. I try to get my racing heart under control as I search for Kotomene's room. Excuse me. And then I run into a deep darkness. There's a basement. Oh no. Oh no. I spot a set of stairs. In the deep shadows I see a recess that I'd normally overlook. In it I see a very, very narrow staircase. I shouldn't go down. I can bet Kotomene won't be there. There won't be anyone down there. There's nothing there. There won't be any core. There won't be any corpses. Okay, that's where it was going there. There won't be any. I shouldn't go in there. My neck stiffens. I should. Well, I mean, they kind of spelled out the bad end here. I'm gonna check to make sure that this is in fact a bad end, and that, because I mean, I know what happened in the basement of the Kotomene Church. I know what happened down there. But whether or not that is something needed for a true ending or not, I don't know. It's a dead end. Plain and simple. We're going down to the basement. Bye, Shiro. I step into the darkness. Ignore your instincts. It's a room made of stone. The lights are out, but the room itself feels like it's alive, and a faint blue light suffuses the whole place. There's a sanctuary underground. No dust or cobwebs anywhere. It looks like this place sees a lot of use. I'm not sure how far back it goes. I look back up the stairs I just came down. The staircase hugs a curved wall. After descending the curved stairs, I look up and see the entrance is about 10 meters above me now. Maybe it's the absence of light, but the gently curving staircase puts me in the mind of a centipede crawling its way through the cathedral. And then I notice a door. Hey, Infinity! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. It's been a while, it's been a while. How be things, how be things? And it's right at the bottom of the stairs. Bad, Infinity. Bad. Sleep. By the power of my command spell, I command you to sleep. There's a symbol on the wall. Beyond it, deep darkness beckons me. Almost as if it were drawing me in, I find myself stepping into the darkness. Okay, you have to go out. Why do you have to go outside, Infinity, out of curiosity? Like, why? And, well, it's gonna pain me to ask, how long has it been since you've slept? Buying groceries. Okay, that's fair. That is a reasonable reason to go outside. If you're going to say to just touch grass, then I was going to be a little annoyed. 26 hours, that's honestly one of the better ways that you've set. That is one of the better time frames that you have given of lack of sleep. That is... is it sad that that is one of the better ways you've said it? You've said 30 plus hours, multiple days before. Hearing only 26 hours is kind of a relief. But I still do not approve. Once you get your grocery shopping done, mister, you are to go straight to bed. Do you hear me? Yeah. If I have to go dad mode, I will go dad mode. Anyways, we're witnessing Shiro Emiya about to be murderized for going into the Kotomine church basement. Almost as if it were drawing me in, I find myself stepping into the darkness. I step through what seems like an entrance of some kind. It's damp. The floor is all slimy, and it's hard to walk. See, I know what is in the Kotomine church basement, but I do not know what this scene is. So, if I need to put a graphic image warning, then I guess this will be for when this goes on YouTube. I guess I will know. Reminds me of when I was cleaning the school pool. Moss covers the entire floor. It feels as if my feet are sinking into the ankles of some rot covering the floor. I stop suddenly. The nasty sensation beneath my feet is bad enough, but now there's a horrible stench. I pinch my nose shut. This isn't some temporary odor. It's permeated the whole room. It doesn't smell like fish. Or gunpowder. Okay. Since when is gunpowder a terrible stench? To be fair, I've never smelled gunpowder before. But is it really got a bad smell to it? Legitimate question. I mean, hey, like I said, I've never smelled gunpowder. I do not shoot guns. I do not shoot the pew-pews. I'd rather a good blade than a gun. As ineffective as that sounds. Gunpowder smells bad. Okay, good to know. A lesson learned by me today, then. It smells like formaldehyde. Ooh. See, I don't sympathize there, Shiro. I do not sympathize with Shiro there. Because I'm pretty sure I've told this story before, but in my high school AP biology class, there was a pig dissection as well, a fetal pig dissection that we had to group up in like groups of 2 to do, as well as do a presentation on various systems. And one of the groups for their presentation brought in bacon. So I associate the smell of formaldehyde with bacon. So, yeah. Formaldehyde is interesting thing for me to smell. Let's just go with that. It makes me think of bacon. The chemical reek of it has stagnated in the room like thick mud. My senses seem to have been numbed from the moment I got into the basement. Shit, sand, and saltpeter. Gotcha. So do not smell gunpowder then. Good to know. Good to know. I'm long past tension and nervousness. And yet, my heart expands and contracts without a break, and my limbs are moving so weirdly it feels like I might wrench out every nerve in my body. And what's worse, my eyes have grown accustomed to the darkness. The darkness fades. I hear drops of water falling. It's almost like that serves as the starting bell. What I couldn't see before is suddenly clear. Ah, bodies beneath sheets. So really, Shiro, you just walked into the mausoleum where corpses are being interred. What I see is an all too familiar living hell. Death lined up all in a row. Debris is piled everywhere. The stench of death covered by antiseptics. I thought this was all a lie. I want to believe none of this is real. But I can't deceive myself. I can tell in an instant, even in a room so full of corpses. Not one of these bodies here is truly dead. They're alive. Oh! Interesting. It was red in the original, and now it's blue. Interesting design choice there. They're all alive. These corpses, they can only be called corpses, however human they once were, are all alive. Why are they still alive? How are they still alive? I look over each and every body. Not one of them has retained their original form. Yes, I do know why they are here. Imagining what happened to every one of these sacrilegious forms is just too terrifying. They're more like husks of dead trees than corpses. For Gil, of course. It was all for Gil. And again, I'm pretty sure I know this because I do read fanfiction, and I'm pretty sure this has been expounded upon in at least one Fate fanfiction that I've read. Some have been broken down to the point where their flesh has seeped into the cracks of the stone pavement. Some are hung against the wall and are little more than nests for bugs. Whatever their arrangement, these figures have only torsos and heads, and even those are pitifully ragged. I don't even need to know why. The corpses are being eaten away in their coffins. I don't know how it works. Each corpse is welded to a coffin, and the coffin sucks the nutrients from them. The flow of life. The coffin is extracting magical energy. Souls. Little by little, the coffin sucks the life out of its prey in such a precise amount that it neither kills nor allows it to truly live. If it is not revealed in the story who they are, because I do know who these corpses belong to as well. I do know that point as well. But I do not know if it's revealed in this or if it's revealed in some other material. The wind moans through the chamber. If they are revealed here, then do not say, but if they are not revealed, then tell me so that I can say, and then you can tell me if I'm right. It's almost like a single scream from the mouths of every corpse here. Their throats have long since decayed, so they can't even scream for themselves anymore. By now their throats only serve to carry air to their lungs. But still the corpses scream. All but inaudible, they scream. They must be in terrible pain, and so very afraid. They continue to shriek, unable to accept the fact that their bodies are being eaten alive as they gradually lose their shape. I hear a creaking sound. The coffin in front of me gurgles. It's oozing. The corpse's head is turned toward me. Something falls out of it. Its swollen lips move slightly. It's a voice that isn't a voice. In a voice that isn't a voice. It asks, "Where am I?" That's what it wants to know. I'm about to scream. No, I can't even scream anymore. Where am I? It didn't say it was in pain, didn't ask for help, just wanted to know what this horrible place is. I'm trying to understand. Did that child find themselves in this state when they came to? Before this, they must have lived a normal life, slept normally, but one day they woke up and found themselves here. The question must have come from the hope that this is just a bad dream, being trapped in a coffin, unable to move, their limbs rotting. Oh yeah, Shiro monologues with the best of them. His monologuing and his stupidity. He's like a villain from a comic book. My heart's breaking. This is so unimaginably horrible. But why? Why do they seem so strangely familiar? Okay, so it will say. It does look like it will reveal. I've never seen any of them, but I recognize every one of the corpses. This is my first time here. Or at least it will imply it. I shouldn't know any of them. None of them are connected to me, so why? Why do they act like they know me? Just like how I know them? And why are they staring at me? People die when they are killed. A very true line, though. A very, very true line. And I have another question. Each of them shares something in common, unless that's just a coincidence. Why do all these corpses look like children of the same age? And then... Welcome, Shiro Emiya. It comes out of nowhere. A hand claps on my shoulder from behind. The voice is friendly, like a greeting from a close friend. I go completely stiff with shock. I can't even turn around. Only I don't have to turn to see who's behind me. Kire Kotomine. The church's priest, the man responsible for this little piece of hell. Little piece of hell, that is a very apt description of this. And the devil, the last person I should have run into right now. What unfortunate timing. I did expect you to visit soon, so I suppose it's my fault for preparing a meal at this hour. Do you recall how I failed to be hospitable last time? Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right. I almost feel like those lines have made it into the abridged version of Unlimited Blade Works, which, come to think of it, has been a while since there's been the last part. I should probably see if there's any status updates on that. I attempted to be more considerate this time, but it seems we missed each other. I can't say anything. The priest's hands rest heavily on my shoulders. I cannot, however, condone your trespassing. You might see something you shouldn't. And then, having learned the truth, well, that might set our relationship back quite a ways. The priest sounds more cheerful than I've ever heard. As Kotomine stands there behind me, hands on my shoulders, I can tell he's smiling. It's indescribably terrifying. What's the matter, Shiro Emiya? You've come to talk, correct? There's no sense in being quiet, then. Is a surprise? Is this such a bizarre sight to you? He sounds so cheerful even when he's saying such horrible things. Does this man not feel anything in the face of this horror? Correction, Shiro. Kotomine doesn't feel anything, period. Do I even need to comment on how horrible this is? Oh, how cold of you! Proper manners dictate you should at least say, it's not whatever you might think. These are practically your brothers and sisters, after all. I do not think they would appreciate such rudeness. What did he just say, and so happily? What did you say? Currently feels if he lost a 1v1 versus a certain gun mage. True. Or if he's about to witness the birth of quote-unquote God. I said that these corpses are practically your siblings. By whatever means, you all survived that hell. You may not feel related by blood, but I believe you all share what amounts to a familial bond. Am I wrong? Okay. It is indeed revealing. So that's why I thought I recognized them. This is a continuation of what happened 10 years ago. I'm back in the hospital room. My head is spinning. Children who have lost their homes and parents. They were sent to an orphanage until they were adopted. Before that happened to me, Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me, so I never knew what happened to those kids afterward. I'd actually avoided finding out. The orphanage was at the church on top of the hill, and I could have gone there any time if I'd wanted to. But I held back. I felt it wasn't fair for me, who did get adopted, to go visit the children who still hadn't been. That's why I decided that if I were to meet them, I would have to be in town. Boy Shiro was supposed to be here. You know, that probably would have been a bad thing, to be honest, because... Okay, it's still spoilers for what Shiro has inside of him, even though it has been implied. But if Shiro did end up here, that means Gil would have gotten a hold of what is inside of Shiro, and given that Gil is an arrogant as he is, he would have probably performed the summoning for this Holy Grail War, and he would have summoned Saber, and he would have had 3 command spells. So, you know, That's a whole route in and of itself. A very dark route, but still a whole route. We could have just bumped into each other, chat idly to catch up, and more importantly, have gotten over the fire and hell. As small as our town is, I always dreamed of a reunion like that, but it never happened. That is correct, Shiro Emiya. Had Kiritsuga Emiya not adopted you, you would have shared these things' fate. Do you understand? You were the only one who was saved. I forgot that you're a mod in this chat, by the way, Infinity. Not gonna lie. Forgot that you were a mod. While everyone else died equal, you were the one who violated this harmony by surviving. What do you think? Do you not find that just a little unfair? My heart starts beating again. I've been frozen stiff a moment ago, but suddenly I'm able to move. Well, it's just you're not here that often, Infinity, but you're still a mod, so, you know, you're mod. I'm not going to take that away from you. You are a mod because I trusted you with moderator powers, and I still do trust you with the powers of moderator. And I might be streaming more often as well. Just, not your fault, I'm streaming whenever. True, my stream schedule will probably be changing. It all depends. You weren't around at the time, but suffice to say, I suffered a major setback in what my education field was chosen in, and it culminated to even more setbacks at the end of 2024. So it's been made clear to me that the college I was going to does not want me going to there, for reasons that I cannot expound upon. So I'm shifting gears and I'm signing up for online university and going to be trying to get into IT. Given that it's online university, I should be available to stream more often, so I might be streaming more often. Not sure just yet. Oh, it's not student loan. It's not student loan stuff. It is, yes, IT, information technology. I found an online school that I can take classes to get an associate's degree in applied information technology. Yes. Pooters. That is the current plan of attack. Because clearly the college I had been going to, they burned me too many times. I really cannot expound further than that. Because, yeah. I don't want to. I'm debating taking legal action, is all I will say. One of my cousins is a lawyer, and I have consulted with him. He said it would be very tough to do anything legal action-wise, because it is a private college that I was going to. But just because of that, I cannot really expound on that. But I'm essentially abandoning the path I was planning to go to, because I've kind of burnt out of the passion for it, and I'm going applied information technology degree. You're studying computer science, and one of the courses is related to IT. Hey, J6. Hey. But, yeah. Essentially, if I've done the math properly, I know I'm kind of going off, and we're sort of just looking at a bunch of corpse-filled coffins. Yes, that's the right phrasing. Computer science is just yeah, it's an associate's degree I'm going for. It does have the potential to evolve into a bachelor's and possibly even a master's degree, apparently, but that would be far later down the line. But, yeah. It's essentially something that, if I've done all my math correctly and all my credits transfer through, I should have to only do a year of schooling to get my associate's degree. Which would be nice. You know, just 1 year of solid schooling online to get the associate's degree, and then I can start going in the field. I even have a friend who works in IT, and he's making pretty good money, and I talked with him about it before, and he advised this as well, so that's kind of what the plan of attack is for me. But long story short, going to be taking online courses soon. I do not know how much time it's going to take up, but that should result in me streaming more often and earlier in the day as well. But, yeah, we'll find that out. the classes start in a couple weeks, so we'll go from there. Anyways, I think I've gone off on enough of a personal life tangent. Let's focus back on the horror, quote-unquote, happening before us now. I'd been frozen stiff a moment ago, but suddenly I'm able to move. Oh, don't mistake me, this isn't criticism. On the contrary, your situation is a delight. Your talent for survival is impressive. Honestly, I did not expect you to last so long. That's why I thought to reunite you with your siblings, here in your final moments. You piece of... Lucky boy, I planned to close this place after today, so you barely made it. For the past 10 years, I've kept them alive as fodder to sustain servants, but that is all coming to an end. I can no longer collect the same quantity of robust souls, all steeped in agony as I once did. Of course, there is no longer any need for... There is also no need for feed any longer. All that remains is to kill you and your servant. You fucking piece of shit! Those words shatter the restraints that have been holding me still. I move my paralyzed body, pushing clear of the hands on my shoulders. I leap forward and whirl around to face the priest. It was you! Shiro, dude, he's spent the past, 5 minutes monologuing about how this was all him. Come on, Shiro, you are not that thick. As I face him, I put distance between us. In that moment, I feel a powerful impact from behind. That's weird. What's up, Infinity? I can't breathe. Something sharp protrudes from my chest. Looks like the head of a spear. That can't be. How could a spear be It's not just that. It's the sheer idiocy of the statement. There's something sharp sticking out of my chest. It looks like the head of a spear, but how could a spear be growing out of my chest? That is a line that is straight up a line that would make sense in the abridged version of any show. Wait, how is there a spear can't be growing out of my chest? Like, good gracious. Shiro, Emiya, you are not that stupid. Oh. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm all caught up on the abridged version. I'm pretty sure I'm all caught up on the abridged version of it. Because I'm pretty sure we just witnessed the death of Mario in the abridged version, if memory serves. Yes, I also failed to mention. Allow me to formally introduce you to my servant. I turn around. There. I see a blue-colored spearman, his weapon thrust through my chest. New servant data? Oh boy, I wonder what we have about this Lancer. His master is Kirei Kotomine. Okay, just real quick point here. You gotta know that Ku had, for Ku has multiple reasons to hate Kotomine. But I imagine just knowing that this place exists is probably one of the biggest reasons to hate Kotomine that Ku has. Probably even above the killing of his original master. I see a blue-colored spearman, his weapon thrust through my chest. How did you turn around when you have a spear in your chest, Shiro? Did Ku just let go of his spear to allow you to turn around to face him? Because that's a hilarious image. He jerks it free. No, you... Okay. So, Shiro somehow, with a spear in his chest, does a complete 180, sees Ku still standing there, and then Ku still somehow holding on to his spear at the haft, rips his spear free. The only way that logically makes sense is if Ku is like face in like face is the faces are like right up against one another as they look at each other. That is the only positioning I can think of where this, how it was described, makes sense. Yes, they really do underestimate how stupid he is. But it said he turned around. It said he turned around, specifically there. See, he turned around. It's not he turned his head, it's he turned around, implying he did a 180. At the same time, a searing intense pain rocks my entire body. Red splatters the floor. I collapse onto the slimy, mossy ground. True, it is Shiro we're talking about. I try to push myself to my feet, but my body's too heavy. I can't move. Well, of course your body's too heavy, Shiro. Apparently you think it's natural for spears to grow out of human chests. Gosh. I can't move. While I may not be paralyzed anymore, my body isn't capable of moving for entirely different reasons right now. Okay, flashing lights there, game. Flashing lights. The pain in my chest is unbelievable, blotting out the blood loss and dimming the vision. I don't know if I should put an... Do I have to put an epilepsy warning on this for when it goes up on YouTube because of those brief flashing lights? I might have to look that up. The pain in my chest is unbelievable, blotting out the blood loss and dimming vision. I can't pass out. I've sustained fatal wounds numerous times. They were all bad. They all numbed my senses. But this is different. It's a fatal wound for sure, but the pain is just too intense. My vision distorts. The instant I pass out from pain, more pain jolts me back awake. I can't feel my limbs. I can't even tell where I am anymore. The only things I feel are vomit-inducing pain and the temptation to just disappear to escape this agony. Well, thank you for stopping by, Infinity. Thank you for stopping by. I hope that future streams will be more in times where you are available to watch them. I do so hope you'll be able to watch future streams more often, because once I get my stream schedule down, or when I get my school schedule down pat, I will have a confirmed stream schedule. But thanks for stopping by, Infinity. It's been nice talking with you. You should stop by more often, and I will try to do it so you can. I already read that line. I told you not to kill him, Lancer, otherwise there would be no point in keeping him alive until now. I can only hear voices. My eyes are open, but I can't see anything. I hear ya, even if I don't love the order. Lancer's voice is devoid of emotion, but I can barely hear him. Fine, then we will begin our preparation. A servant's consent when their master's in danger. We have about 30 minutes until Saber arrives here. This kid's not going to last that long. If you want him alive, you should stop the bleeding. That will not be necessary. If he dies, so be it. My mind is fading. The pain finally becomes too much, and my mind lets me faint. I stop the pain by digging into my wound. The pain resumes. I'm on the verge of sinking into oblivion, only to be dragged into a world of searing pain. I want to die. If this pain isn't going to stop, I want to die right now. I know that. I know, but if I faint here, I know I'm never going to wake up. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely going to put an epilepsy warning, because that is some flashing lights. I can't even remember what I'm doing. I feel like I'm just drifting through white-hot pain that will burn me to nothing. I grip my teeth, trying to endure the pain and trying to call out to my fading awareness. I can't end it all here. I can't let myself drop out of the war so easily. There's still a promise I haven't fulfilled yet. If I believe she is the most important person in my world, I can't just disappear here. Too bad. Oh. Did I not pick the bad end? When she awakes, there is no sign of Shiro. She makes her way to the living room, thinking he might be preparing a late lunch, but she finds no sign of Shiro or lunch. He has gone out alone again. I've told him so many times now to bring me with him whenever he leaves. Why does Shiro not listen to me? Because he's as stubborn as a mule. Saber sits on the veranda, muttering to herself. Honestly, I know he likes to walk around by himself, but is there any point in our cooperation if he simply keeps doing this? Saber lets her feet dangle over the veranda. Yeah, and honestly, Shiro, considering what you and Saber are implied to have done last night, you know, I haven't even been in this situation, but I know better than to leave the girl to wake up in bed alone. Eventually, she grows tired of this, and she looks up pensively. The sky is an ashen gray. A heavy canopy of clouds slowly drifts overhead. She can see breaks in the cloud cover in the distance. And it should clear up by nightfall. If the stars are visible, she will be able to read her fortune for tomorrow. She still remembers how to read the stars. Her mage mentor taught her that long, long ago. In life, she only looked there to see whether she was taking the right path, but tonight, just this once, she decides to try and predict a certain someone's future. If possible, she hopes for a bright tomorrow. She wants to predict any dangers that may lie ahead, and learn what she needs to guide him in the proper direction. He's so reckless, how can she not worry about him? She won't sleep peacefully unless she can at least read the stars. Problem is, which stars can be seen from this town? As she thinks back, she realizes she's not once looked up at the sky before today. Her priority has always been on winning the Holy Grail War, not reading fortunes and stars. She knows this isn't like her. Even so, she still considers trying to read the stars and anxiously waits for night to come. This represents quite a change of heart for her. She chuckles, thinking she's just like the girls in love she's read about in books before, as she looks up at the sky. Do you know where Shiro is? Saber bolts upright. What is it? I've not surrendered myself to Shiro or anything. Saber gives a hasty excuse, blushing deeply. Oh, was I interrupting something? Rin smiles wickedly. Perhaps it is because they've been living under the same roof, but Rin can read Saber like a book. Shiro too, for that matter. She has good instincts when it comes to other people's affairs, and she can tell there's something between the two of them. And so she has a pretty clear idea of what happened the night before. I'll leave the teasing for later. But seriously, do you know where Shiro is? Elia has a fever, so I thought he could help me. He is not feeling well. I thought her condition was stable. Well, really, I didn't tell Shiro, but she's nearly at her limit. She won't go back to normal until the Holy Grail War ritual ends. Her capacity may be extraordinary, but she's still on the brink of being completely full. There's still some room left, so extra functions are still working right now, but once she's full, she may have no choice but to abandon the most unnecessary function, being human. You see, Ilia's veil is designed to break down as the Holy Grail War progresses. Rin's words are ominous and even a bit obfuscating. Saber doesn't completely understand what she's talking about. It's fine. I said it so you wouldn't understand. Let's put the topic of Ilia aside for now. I want to talk about Lancer. I've found out who his master is. You've learned who Lancer's master is? Yeah, well, I guess I found out, or maybe it's more I knew all along. Lancer's master was outside mage dispatched by the Mage Association. I already knew that, and I found out their secret base earlier, but you should avoid engaging in such dangerous activities alone. If you found their base, you should have told me. I was going to, but everything about it was weird. I figured there was nobody inside, so I went in. I found bloodstains and a severed left arm with no command spells. There was nothing else. The command spells were physically taken, and based on how much blood there was, I don't think anyone could have survived. Lancer's master is long dead. Does that mean Lancer is gone as well? Well, perhaps he was defeated by another servant after Shiro was attacked 10 days ago. I can only hope so, but the bloodstain seemed older. Do you understand what that means? That the master, not the servant, was defeated. And whoever it was took the master's command spells and formed a new contract with Lancer. However, Shiro and I are the only masters left, and yet Lancer's still around. Which means a mage who is not a master became one after stealing command spells. But do you think that's even possible, Saber? No, the transference of command spells can only be done between masters or servants. No matter how skilled a mage, one who is not a master cannot become one by stealing command spells. Yeah, I guess so. I see. Then one more question. Can you still be a master if you still have command spells and a servant even after the Holy Grail disappears? Yes, you're correct, Rin. As long as command spells and the servant remain, that mage retains the right to be a master, even after the Holy Grail War is over. Saber falls silent as she realizes what Rin is really asking. Then you believe the person who killed Lancer's master and formed a contract with Lancer is... That's right. I can't think of any other explanation. It explains Lancer's actions. Lancer seemed like he was in snooping on other servants, right? Usually servants risk exposing their true identity when they fight, but he wasn't even trying to hide his identity. That means his main role was gathering intel. I agree. When I faced him, he made no attempt to fight until the end. He uses Noble Phantasm. A servant would typically do all in their power to defeat an opponent after exposing their own identity. Exactly. That means Lancer's master must have already had another servant. The master sends Lancer to find out the identities of their enemy, then sends out his other, unidentified servant to fight them. That would be the best strategy. Well, I'm sure that wasn't Lancer's idea of a good time. He's been forced to fight all 6 servants and try to figure out their techniques, and then just retreats to his master. But he managed to hold his own against all 6. In that sense, he's outrageous. I mean, Kook Lane, you know. He is the Irish Hercules. Rin closes her mouth, lost in thought. As if following Rin, Saber suddenly feels a chill down her spine. Lancer's master has already been killed. This unidentified master uses a heroic spirit as strong as Lancer, solely for espionage. And just as that master seems to have expected, the only remaining servants are Lancer and Saber. If they face such a powerful enemy, then letting Shiro out on his own is dangerous even during the day. There were multiple enemies before, but now there are not many more enemies to defeat. If Shiro is the only one left to defeat, the enemy might not follow their earlier strategy. Rin, do you have any idea where Shiro might have gone? Now that she's had the thought, she can't stop worrying. Shiro cannot be left alone. Even now, her master may be in grave danger. I don't know, I asked you because I didn't know. It's possible he went to Kiri's place. He actually went there to discuss something the other day. To that church? What's that with that look? Do you have some kind of problem with that church? No, it's not that, but... the church is nothing but holy. Stagnant death and stagnant air linger in that death, on par with Ryodo Temple. The moment she thinks Shiro might be in a place like that alone, an image of somewhere other than the Emiya house flashes through her mind. She stares in the distance, towards Kotomine's church on top of the hill. There's no time to delay. Saber leaps out of the yard and jumps onto the wall. What are you doing? I'm heading to the church. I leave the rest to you, Rin. Without looking back at Rin, Saber jumps off the wall. She moves with all the speed of a bullet fired from a gun. ... She neither slows nor stops on her way to her destination. If anyone caught sight of her, she would look like nothing more than a gust of wind. A streak of silver and blue. The instant she reaches the top of the hill and catches sight of the enemy's territory, Saber arms herself. And arms herself without a second thought. She's decided to put on her armor once she's inside the church, but she couldn't stop herself. The instant the church comes into view, her fury overtakes her and she's armed and armored without even thinking about it. Her chest burns. This nausea she's been feeling isn't her own. The chill running down her spine is coming from her master. The hopeless scent of death reaches her nostrils. Why is this happening? She isn't sure. But what she does know is that Shiro Emiya is on the verge of death. There's no time to waste. He's gravely injured and could die at any second. The pain and cold have morphed into an unbearable nausea that grips her whole body. And that is less than 1,000th of the pain Shiro feels. He's not going to make it. Even if she moves with godlike speed, he won't survive. Every second brings him closer to death, and she may arrive just in time to watch her master die. As soon as she imagines the scene, she feels all sense and reason flee her. All she can do is run to her master as fast as she can. If godlike speed will not bring her to him in time, then she must simply break even the laws of God. She struggles to control her anger as she glares at the church. While spending 10-20 seconds glaring at a church is not going to get you in there faster. The tightly shut church doors offer no obstacle for her, simply blown wide open with the force of her approach. Rows of pews fail to even slow her down. She smashes through the chapel, passes through the courtyard, and rushes down the stairs leading to the basement. Behind her, the church is left in ruins. She's not usually so violent. For all she knows, she's opened the door calmly. She may not even remember expending so much magical energy in her run through town. She simply could not control herself. So fast and out of control she is that she practically rolls down the stairs. Death closes in on all sides. When she finally sees what horrors the basement holds, her fury overwhelms her. Fury directed at herself and at the enemy responsible for this. Sorry, but this is it for you, Saber. She doesn't even hear Lancer's voice as he bars her path. All hope of control or restraint is gone. However much she might try, she can no longer control her strength. Her lord is somewhere in the darkness. In the back room, he's lying there face down at the center of a room peopled by living corpses. A pool of blood spreads out beneath him, and the sounds of his frantic breathing echo all the way to the sanctuary. He's alive. Relieved though she is, she shudders to think how long she'd left him alone. Saber enters the back room, but a guard blocks her way. Holding his long spear behind him, the blue spearman meets Saber's gaze fearlessly. I said, this is it for you, Saber. She doesn't hear him, so she doesn't stop. Got some nerve ignoring me. His ability to insult Saber while parrying her attack is frankly impressive. Lancer managed to block Saber's surprise attack with his spear, but he can do nothing about the sheer strength behind it, and retreats back to the nearby wall. There is nothing in Saber's way now. She doesn't have time to deal with Lancer. Her master is on the verge of death, and she has to save him. Is the kid really that important? I mean, it's fine with me, but that means you really can't ignore me. Saber stops as soon as she heads to the back. What do you mean, Lancer? No, nothing. I'm just saying that I was the one who stabbed him. Second time I've done it, actually. Though I thought I killed him last time, but he survived somehow. This time I made sure to get him good. You used Gay Bulg on Shiro. Oh, don't you worry. I avoided his heart. Curse is still there, though. I'm sure even you know about the curse on my spear. This is the spear of causality. That reverses cause and effect. Anyone afflicted by the curse needs to be really lucky or they won't be able to change their fate. In simpler terms, a wound from Gay Bulg can't be cured. The cursed one can never recover and will have to bear their wound until their death. At least as long as the spear exists. At that moment, the air changes. A flicker of intelligence and reason lights in Saber's eyes. There you go. You get it now. Want to save the kid, right? Then you gotta settle things with me first. Lancer's bestial bloodlust drives him forward, into Saber's reach. He's deadly serious, but... Are you mad, Lancer? Do you, a spearman, mean to fight me, a swordman, in so small a space? I do not believe you would do something so foolish. Leave and I will let you live. Lay down your spear and be gone from this place. I have no intention to take your head in a battle you certainly did not choose. You're the bigger fool here. What kind of heroic spirit abandons their own partner? I didn't stab him so I could make a deal with you. I'm here to fight you, Saber. He's not lying. Lancer has no intention of letting either of them leave alive. For him, this is the first and only battle where he can truly go all out. Lancer's wish is not for the Holy Grail. His wish is to fight a battle worthy of heroes. Such a simple wish, one any servant should always have granted, has been denied to him. So he has no intention of missing what may be his final chance, even if the situation happens to be unfavorable. Very well then, I will cut your spear in half and you along with it. Saber readies her invisible air and faces the Blue Knight. Well said. To be honest, I'm glad you were the last one left, Saber. Lancer's spear pulses with light. Saber confronts him without hesitation. The rematch begins with a desperate blow from both sides. Interlude done. Okay, I really think I might not have picked a bad end at this point. I really feel like I did not pick a bad end. This felt so much like a freaking bad end. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The sound of my ragged breathing fills my ears. My fever is so hot it'd burn anyone who touches me. It feels like my brain is melting and oozing right out of my skull. Stop, stop, stop. It's like everything is melted away, but every nerve in my body still screams with agony. Help, help, help. My mind's burned out. There's a hole in my heart and a void in my stomach. I want to vomit, but there is nothing left in me. The twisted feeling of nausea only grows stronger from my inability to vomit. All I can do is bite down on the pain. Somehow, in spite of all of it, I still cling to consciousness. Pain is an old friend. I know how to endure it. Excuse me. Go back. Go back. Go back. But the voices don't stop. They fill every corner of the emptiness left in me after the pain has burned out everything else out. I know who those voices belong to. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm going mad. With each echo, a stabbing pain shoots through my chest. I'm not afraid. I just have no answer. No way to respond. No way to make it right. Wait, wait, wait. They beg and plead and cry, but there's nothing I can do. I so desperately want to help, but I can't. I can't even ask them to stop. No matter how much they beg, I can't respond. I'm sure I really will go mad if this doesn't stop. Return, return, return. They repeat it again and again and again, and I can't do anything about it. All I can do is give them an end. All I can do is fix this paradox of life and death. All I can do is punish the architect of this hell. And I can't reverse all the sadness and death. That's my limit. A champion of justice is someone who can only clean up the mess that's already been made. You'll never be able to save the very people you're hoping to save. Who said that again? I refuse to believe it, but now I'm being confronted with that very truth. I want to get out of here. I can't save them. I can't do anything but take it in. I have nothing to give back, no miracle to grant. I'm not strong enough to defy those words saying that a champion of justice can only go so far. But if I did have a miracle at the ready, would I? She's arrived. Awaken, Shiro Emiya. Your servant awaits. I hear a voice. It's right behind me, but I can't make out what it is saying. My vision is blurry. I can't make out what's in front of me either. There are only the voices crying out for help. There is only a room choked with bodies of those who have died. He's good, but he's no match for Saber. Regardless, I require another servant. I do not care whether it be Lancer or Saber, but I shall make a selection before that. I can't hear the words, but his voice echoes in my head. It's your turn. Let us begin, Shiro Emiya. Something pulls my head upward. He grabs me by the back of my head and drags me forward. Ooh. I can feel who it is now. This man has been consumed by the darkness. His heart is ashen. He's draped in shadow. This corruption creeps into him, and it has tethered itself into him. I don't know what has happened, but I do know. This man, Curate Kotomine, he's like me. He suffered a fatal wound, but somehow still remains in the world. As Saber's power lets me regenerate, Kirei Kotomini preserves his body with this darkness. That is far enough, Saber. Lower your blade if you wish to save your master. What's going on? I still can't make out what's going on. I can't even lift my own head. You as well, Lancer. We all seek the Holy Grail. It should not devolve into indiscriminate killing. If Saber is here to retrieve this one, I will allow it. He laughs ominously. You expect me to believe the words of a man who's killed Lancer's master and seems just as ready to kill mine? Do you think me a fool? Who's that? I can't tell, but like the sound of a tuning bell, the voice helps me refocus my mind. You may trust me. I have no wish to fight. Though the situation is dire, I will not refuse your right to seek the Holy Grail. My role has always been overseeing the rightful claim to the Holy Grail. You are both qualified if you truly desire it. I could give it to you right now. Are you saying the Holy Grail is here? It is. It exists in the ether. In the beginning, it has no form. The completed form is dependent on where it is summoned, when and what form the vessel takes. It can manifest in this church. Of course, the Grail would be incomplete with more than one servant left alive, but it should be sufficient to grant most wishes. If you feel that is inadequate, then continue your battle. I will accompany you either way, though this is not entirely as I would like it. What say you, Lancer? No. Sounds like a pain in the ass. We can fight it out here. Truly, you're at a disadvantage here. Meanwhile, Saber cannot fight at her fools while she's consumed with worry for her master. I can't imagine that would be a satisfying fight. Someone spits. The other man must have given in. Whatever. So I got a question. What is the Holy Grail? I thought it was supposed to manifest here when there's only one servant left. Is that a lie? Then? No, that much is true. The Holy Grail will not manifest until only one servant remains. However, the vessel itself is another matter. Its form is pre-prepared. The energy then flows into the Holy Grail until it is fully summoned. As there are only 2 servants remaining, it should have already acquired a significant portion of its nature as the Holy Grail. Wouldn't you agree, Saber? You are a finalist from the previous war. You must have seen the truth. You know what kind of Grail manifests here. Yes, the Grail's true form stands ready. It waits patiently, its cup ready to be filled with the blood of the sacrifices. A tragic tale, no. You will not need to wait any longer. It should be able to grant you what you desire now. So there's nothing to be gained from wanton slaughter now. What you claim has at least some sense to it. But if that is all true, what of you? Do you not wish for the Holy Grail? I said I can make a selection. I will gladly hand over the Grail to the right person. So to that end, I want to hear from you, Shiro Emiya. I'm moving. Someone grabs my head and jerks me up. It hurts. The wound in my chest rips open. My world goes white with pain. Stop. Oh, relax. I only need his answer. The Holy Grail only responds to those who have a wish. Surely you must be curious as to what your master actually wants the Grail. I already know that he does not. Shiro has no need of it. My master is nothing like you. He did say that. But dig deeper and you will see that is not so. Dark desires fester in every man. He is of no exception. Is he so free from sin that he is not cursed that 10 days ago? Does he not tremble when he thinks of what that truly means for his future? Oh wait, what the hell is he talking about? The fire 10 years ago has nothing to do with this. This is meaningless. There's nothing here. Now I will open your wound. May God hear your confession, Shiro Emiya. My body buckles. Pain shoots down my spine like lightning. In its wake, I feel my mind separating from my body. My vision goes red. Stop. 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 Stop, stop, stop. Stop, 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 stop. There's nothing here. Remembering this saves no one. Everyone died. All of them. I was the only one left, lost amidst the flames. Ashen corpses beneath smoldering rubble crying out from every direction. Dot, dot, dot. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I alone continued on. I needed help. I needed someone to save me. I kept on, never once looking down. Stop. The entire time, there were others calling out for help the moment they saw someone still moving. Stop. Help, 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 help. I knew. Of course I knew. And I pushed the thought away. I pushed through anyway. I turned my back on those voices. I turned my back on the sounds of all those trying so frantically to escape. I turned my back on those pleading not to die. I turned my back on mothers begging me to take their children. I turned my back on the dying gazes of those too weak to ask for help. I kept pushing forward alone, desperate for someone to save me. Wait. I couldn't stand seeing their bodies. I couldn't stand seeing people suffer and die. I was sure I couldn't save them. I was sure they'd die no matter what I did. So I kept pushing on. Stop. Give it back, give it back, give it back. That's why I never stopped. I thought I had to live, even if it was just for another second. If people died without being able to do anything. So long as I could make it, I thought I had to live. Stop. But I was destroyed in the process. I held back tears and pushed on. I sought to escape. And each step was harder than the last as I ignored every plea for help. It would have been easier. It would have been easier to go on if I had asked for forgiveness. So I never did. Maybe it was the only way I could own up to the truth, that I was actually helpless to do anything. Stop. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Just as I wished I alone was saved. The only other children at the hospital were those that had been in areas near the fire. I didn't need to know, but the man in the white coat told me anyway. In the depths of those flames, I alone survived. Stop. Please stop. I bore witness to so much death and pain. I bore witness to endless sorrow. So many died that they had to hold mass funerals. I bore witness to so much grief, to so many different sentiments for the dead. I thought, just end it already. Hey. I thought I had to remember all of it. I had to. So many wanted help, and not one of them got their wish. And since my wish was granted, it followed that I should take on the weight of their deaths. No. I had to. I couldn't go on if I didn't. So Shiro Emiya had a massive case of PTSD that was never properly treated. No more. Return. That's why I desperately tried to follow in Kiritsugu's steps. For those I couldn't save, for all I couldn't do, I looked to a hero who could be a savior. Everything I once was fell away when I ignored those cries for help. I kept moving forward, void of all reason. No more. Please. And so, those I could not save passed on one last lesson. Go on. What was lost in all of that? All I thought about was going forward on behalf of the dead. I took all the memories I had before that, and I locked them away, never to think of them again. The kindness of neighbors, being with my parents. I sealed all that up so I'd never think about it again. As if I were already dead. Don't open it up. I was no longer in pain. Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me, and I was finally happy. And that's why... So, you never thought just how wrong it was. I'm telling you, don't open it. Agony and pain. Pure agony rips through my chest and drags me back to reality. The nausea simply does not end. My arms and legs are numb. My head burns. I can't breathe. Return, return, return. Their voices continue echoing in my head. I vomit blood. Was that because I'm on the brink of death, or because my psyche can't endure the voice any longer? My chest hurts. My heart hurts. It hurts so much, but I can't contain it. The wound deep inside me is the source of the pain. It will continue to hurt as long as I have those memories. It will swell up and never heal. I'm seeing things. For a moment I think I see her, but no, she shouldn't be here. Bite down on the pain. Begging for death is no longer an option. Even if she's just some dying dream, I can't let her see me like this. She has to think I'm okay. Your wound is deep. It will continue to torment you so long as it remains. Do not end your life still bearing it. I can make out the priest's voice. It doesn't sound like him. It's too warm, too compassionate. You said you did not need the Holy Grail. Was that true? If you could undo what happened 10 years ago, would you not seek that power? With it, you can save all those that were lost on that day. Eliminate that calamity. No longer be bound to Kiritsugu Emiya. Be what you were originally meant to be. Do you not want that? Is that not your salvation? Okay, so this is definitely not a bad end. I can think that is firm to say at this point. I'm not checking the flowchart, though. But this Shiro is essentially being offered in front of Saber to do the exact same thing Saber wants to do. And the fate route is the route that is meant to save Saber. So I think that the answer Shiro gives here will be the resolve to save Saber. Excuse me. Or rather, it will give Saber the reason to save herself by stopping to seek the Grail when she sees how Shiro refuses to do it. We'll see the exact reasoning behind it, but that is my theory. Undo what happened 10 years ago. Remake the person I am now who survived at the cost of everyone else that day. No, even beyond that. I could make it so that as if it never happened, and no one would be hurt. Why would I? I shake my head. Fevered as I am, and completely unable to think, I still reject the idea of the images it raises. I curse this very weakness, because there... It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The voices echo in my head. My fingers desperately claw the wet floor. Help me. Every single one of them cries out that they want to go back. And I wanted that too, even if my life were nowhere near as horrific as theirs. After Kiritsugu adopted me, I still returned to that empty field many times. I still returned, though there was nothing there. I opened a front door that no longer existed. I walked halls that had burned to ash years before. I smiled at my departed mother. I wanted to go back to before it all disappeared, and wait for dawn to come and wake me from this nightmare. No such miracle happened. Instead, I was left with this painful reality. But if I could live in a world where that never happened, where nobody was hurt, surely I... Now answer. If you so wish, I will grant you the Grail. The priest with the miraculous chalice makes his offer. I do wonder how it would monkey paw this. Return, return, return. These voices will go away, if I wish for it. Orphaned children, if fate had taken a slightly different turn, I would be here with them. I shouldn't even need to think about it. I shouldn't need to, so why? No, I can't wish for that. I face the corpses. As I refuse, I grit my teeth. My response is to deny them. Whatever the Holy Grail is. Hey, Seba has a different expression. I'm not going to wish the dead return or change the past. You can't change the past. The dead won't come back. What's done is done. I can't wish for that. Tears sting at my cheeks. I scream to the world that a miracle is impossible, and every time, My conclusion makes me cry. Why is the miracle of wanting an ordinary happiness too much to ask for? But the Holy Grail would make it possible. Everything will be as you make it. So he claims, but I can't agree. Even if I could change the past, I shouldn't. I can't. If I do, everything becomes a lie. Every tear, all that agony, the memory of what was, even that cold reality, wretched as it is in my heart. Everyone who died screaming in agony, everyone who risked their lives to help another, everyone who mourned the fallen. If I were to just make it as though none of that happened, where would all of that go? What would I be doing to them? The dead wouldn't return. Reality can't be overturned. To continue onward bearing the weight of all that pain, isn't that the very mark that proves something was there once? Everyone dies eventually, and sorrow fills the void they leave behind. But pain isn't the only thing left behind. It's the suffering that makes goodness shine all the brighter. Those deaths, they shaped me. My memories of Kiritsugu protect me. And those memories form the path that eventually intertwines with others. Even though all that will eventually be forgotten, this path isn't wrong. I see. Then, I don't need the Holy Grail. I can't stray from this path. For all those who were left behind, who laid it. I speak firmly, even from the depths of this torment. Willing myself to hold on to this conscious thought, I force myself to remain upright. And it's then that I realize I can't hear the voices. They're not echoing in my head anymore. I wonder what they thought of my answer. Though, whatever they may have thought, I think it's sad they seem to accept it without any resentment. That is the answer her master arrived at. Her anger dissolves. All she can do is stare at her master with her words dying on her lips. This path. Everything about me, I don't believe it's wrong. Despite his maimed body, as he struggles to breathe, as he sheds the tears of one so horribly grieved. I can't stray from this path for all those who were left behind, who laid it, apologizing to those he must climb over, but unwavering in his chosen path. Her vision wavers. Her breath quivers. She knows his history. Just as he saw visions of her past, so she saw his. She was certain he would agree. No, she thought he had to. She'd meant to say, "It's not your fault," but the words died on her lips. If only he could hear it, she wanted to tell him he should not have to carry that weight. But he denies even that. No matter how tragic the past, one cannot undo it. Her legs nearly give out beneath her. His words are a greater weight than even she can bear. To swear an oath and single-mindedly devote everything to carry it out. She believed they were similar. How conceited. That was her greatest mistake. Her great mistake. They were nothing alike. His resolve was so strong. And she, who could not even believe his words, was weak. You would choose your own selfish wish over salvation. The priest releases the boy. He steps over the youth with a sneer as if he's lost interest. Then what say you, Saber? The boy says he does not need the Holy Grail. I'm quite certain you disagree. Your goal must be to use the Grail to save the world in some capacity. A heroic spirit such as yourself was not nearly as self-conceited as that child. She feels her sense of reason being imperiled. The priest says he will give her the Grail. He will give her what she desires, her wish granted. That. She has no reason to refuse. That is the miracle she's been fighting for. It is the very reason she became a servant. What Shiro said has no bearing on her concerns. It's the very reason she made the contract. Let's change that phrasing there. To obtain the Holy Grail, she, Saber, the hero of the sword. I propose an exchange. Kill your master with your own hands. You will have taken hold of your desires. I will give you the Holy Grail if you do this. I decided I would do anything for it. What? His words blindside her. She doesn't even know what to think. The priest's words, while easy to understand, are an anathema to everything she believes in and stands for. Why hesitate? You could kill him before he even realized what had happened. He's clearly beyond saving. Would killing him now not be immersing? The priest steps aside. Before her stands a door leading to the crypt and to her master. She steps into the damp room, past the priest. She can't help herself. It's as if she stepped into the depths of hell. He was made to suffer in this place, to witness his own darkness, but he refused the salvation he was offered. She grips her sword. He lays at her feet, breathing raggedly. It would be the end of a long, long journey. The Holy Grail she desires in exchange for her life. All she must do is swing her sword but one final time. A master and servant are united only until they obtain the Grail. She could end it right here. What's the problem? Why you hesitate? The Grail itself is at stake. It seems a reasonable offer to me. The priest's words ring true. For her to hesitate now would be the height of hypocrisy. Even still, this path isn't wrong. His words refuse to leave her mind. Though it disgusts her, she knows she's nothing like Shiro. She wants to upend everything. That day, so long ago, there must have been someone who would have drawn the sword from the stone and been a better king. There must have been someone who could have built a true utopia. The heart that loved her nation so dearly, and the young woman's doubt before she took the sword. On that day, she tried to fully and forever abandon her heart the day she drew the sword. How did she not realize this before? Can't stray from this path for all those who were left behind, who laid it. To her, that is the girl who loved her country, the girl named Artoria, before she was crowned. That was not a kingly heart. A king could only believe in themselves. To deny that would be to deny everything she gave up. What is lost cannot be returned. Her master insisted on this even as he suffered. His pain expression alone makes her heart ache. What was it she had said? She could not start over? It was her duty as the king, so she refused over and over. What duty? To resurrect her lost nation? To select a more capable king? Or was it to wish for all the death and destruction that to have never happened to begin with? No, that isn't right. That was a mistake. She was raised to be a king. That is how she lived. In that way, there was no flaw. But if that led to ruination, why could she not accept it? She had no regrets. If she could take pride in the way she lived her life, wishing for another chance was a pointless waste. I see it now, Shiro. And so his anguished cries finally reach her heart. All the tears, all the pain, even her broken heart. Salvation could come from destroying it all. But if it was undone, what would happen to everything swept aside in the undoing? I've stolen much from many, even their very lives. All that pain and regret is mine to bear. It belongs to me. If I were to wish for a chance at something, it should be for a miracle in the here and now, not to upend the past. Each of the countless paths not taken before cannot be taken by sacrificing this one. Instead, I should forge ahead and work to fulfill what hopes have yet to come true even to this day. If she is nationless and uncrowned now, perhaps her wish would be for herself. No, she could not make a wish like that either. She chose to take up the crown. She never suffered for that decision. Not once. Even if no one ever understood or accepted her, that choice itself was her pride and joy. At the very least, she truly believed that when she drew the sword from the stone. That is her answer. For just as he found something to stand by, so too had she. Yes, she pledged once, so long ago. She swore something to herself. She would fight, even if she should lose everything, even if everyone in the world would hate her. I was so foolish. An oath from a king to fight against all odds. And so the king protected her country. But the country did not protect the king. And so it was. The ending may have been tragic, but if she no longer is ashamed of the path that led there, I should have never pursued that wish. She fulfilled her duty as king. It led to ruin, but she saw everything through to the end. There need be nothing else. Of course, I did not want everything. The only thing I ever wanted from the very start, I did until the very end, even if it meant losing so much along the way. I will keep this unobtainable dream deep within my heart, and it may now end. I do desire the Holy Grail, but I cannot kill Shiro. She turns her sword on her enemy. What? Do you not understand, fool? Shiro is more important to me. And that is why my role is set. I will be his sword. I will shield him from danger. All hesitation leaves her. You're saying you do not want the Grail. If the Holy Grail will stain me, I do not want it. I already have everything I want. Yes, she has everything she needs with her now. Her pride as a knight, her promise as a king, even the precious dream that young girl once held. Those words I do hear. The girl who professed that her only goal was claiming the Holy Grail. Now she says she has no need for such a thing. Saber. I call out to her as loudly as I can, between ragged breaths. My vision still hasn't cleared, but I can make out her presence. The pain is fading. My wound, which shouldn't close, begins to heal. Is it because she's close? Can you stand, Shiro? If you can, please, take my hand. Yeah, I can do that. I take her hand. Whoa. My vision returns. My head, so fuzzy from blood loss, rapidly regains focus. Saber. Is this your... Yes, it can negate even the curse of Gaebulg. Stay close to me and you will heal completely. We must press on, though. Saber turns her gaze back towards the underground sanctuary. Beyond that door, the last master, Kirei Kotomene, stands at the threshold of the room. Beyond him is Lancer. I see. He looks at us strangely, as if seeing us for the first time. How dull. The disappointment in his voice is palpable. It appears the Holy Grail is mine, then. But that will be rather violent. If my wish is to be granted, it will require a complete Grail. Regretfully, I must kill you here, Shiro Emiya. I try my best to brace myself, but my body still won't listen. Even with Saber's hand in mind, it's all I can do to just stand. I can't possibly fight, so I'll only be a burden to Saber. Do not concern yourself with this. I'll handle it. Please, just stay here. Such confidence. What say you, Lancer? Do you think it would be wise for us to flee? Lancer is silent. Of course, Kotomene doesn't actually sound all that worried. He's just making a show of it. Before I cut you down, I'll ask, what exactly do you hope to gain? What is your wish, Overseer? In a word, entertainment, but I'm in no rush. To be honest, I have little interest in the Grail itself, but that's fine. If none prove worthy, I will take it for the sake of the world itself. You must think me a fool to slay a master to become one yourself, but claim innocence. You intend to pursue the Holy Grail from the start. You jest, but it is the truth. I came to this situation by happenstance. Lancer's master had to die. Outsiders are trouble, and I would not want them to discover the Grail's nature. So I was forced to retire that master early. Still, it would not have been wise to eliminate a servant at that stage. I needed a pawn to hasten the worst conclusion, so I borrowed that master's rights to Lancer. Hell, Kotomene became a master by killing Lancers? I see. Then I need no further information from you. I would, however, have you fulfill your duty, Overseer. Where is the vessel? Where is the heart of this war? What? Did you not realize you had it to begin with? He actually gasps. The brief moment of surprise passes quickly. With a smirk, he snaps his fingers to introduce the final piece of the puzzle. Both Saber and Lance are tense. Heavy footsteps echo from above. I suppose it's hardly necessary any longer, but allow me to introduce you. This is the servant Archer. He's the heroic spirit I partnered with in the previous Holy Grail War. After a lot of circumstances, Kirei. The golden figure makes his appearance. Gilgamesh, King of Heroes. The atmosphere shifts. Servant data! Kotomene, yep, that's all. Just Kotomene Kirei is his master. After making his sudden appearance, Gilgamesh crosses the sanctuary ground to stand beside Kotomene. So, what are your plans now, Kotomene? Are we settling the score with these worms here? This is a rather underwhelming venue. Please do not say that. This did not conform to my expectations either. Forgive me. Allow me to address your complaints later. Alright, so long as you understand. But do something about this primitive, would you? If he continues to fix his ugly little gaze on me, I may be forced to kill him. The hell is this, Kotomene? That guy's your servant? Yes, I've not explained everything to you. He's my servant from the previous war. We had a mutual understanding at its conclusion. As he felt following me was acceptable, I prepared suitable sustenance for him to remain. We've been content to continue our cooperation. So that's why you keep that disgusting room. And why didn't you tell me about this? What would have been the point? Did you want to partner with him for your other tasks? Hell no. I'd rather die than work with him. And now there are 3 of them. Lancer by the stairs, Gilgamesh in the center of the sanctuary. We can't beat them all. Gilgamesh is too much for us on his own, but we can't escape with Lancer around either. You said you didn't know about him. Please, I'm a priest. I do not lie. You're lying, though. You said you couldn't ignore a servant from the previous war. Correct. I was in fact surprised at the time as well. I had intended for Archer to remain here, but he still went out to do battle with you. Should you have been the one to investigate Archer, you would have discovered all this. As such, I was forced to make plans. So you see, I did not lie. God damn it. I blundered right into the enemy's stronghold because I trusted his word. Then you are Archer's master. He's literally already said that! Correct. It feels like a renewal of the war from 10 years ago, yes? I was obviously unable to witness the final moments after Kiritsugu defeated me. This shall be my second and final time I face you. Answer me. How and why does Archer remain? What caused the fire, and how are you alive after Kiritsugu defeated you? Saber's voice drips with venom. These questions must have been weighing on her for a while now. She must also want clarity about what's been left behind 10 years ago, and the disaster that followed. There should be no question. 10 years ago, the Grail was incomplete, yet filled with power. It was within reach. So I touched it. You and Kiritsugu proved too strong, and I wished for a diversion to separate the both of you. What ensued shocked even me. Wait, that means... you caused the fire with the Grail? It was a bunch of circumstances. The Excalibur blast did not help. Perhaps, had I been someone else, the Grail might have done the same thing. Or perhaps something similar. That is its nature. It's called Omnipotent Chalice, but only blood, darkness, and curses fill it. Did you not witness that as well? What emerged when you destroyed the vessel bathed Archer in its darkness? Perhaps he would have become lost in this world had you not destroyed the Grail. Ceasir driveled. The Holy Grail is a wish-granting vessel. It grants the wishes of the one to possess it, so you must have wished for that fire. I only wished for what resulted. I had no designs on the process by which it happened. I merely desired that everyone be gone from that place. You, on the other hand, seem to be lacking in imagination. Grant wishes? Certainly. But how will a wish be granted? Did you expect the world to change instantly? I do not know what the original Holy Grail might have been, but this one is merely concentrated power. It's incapable of calculations or corrections. It's simply a power source. Think of it like a weapon. If the one who possesses it wishes for riches, it will kill all around them, granting the possessor their riches, their wish. Do you understand? It's a defective vessel that can only grant wishes through destruction. That's not what was promised. The Grail is supposed to grant any wish to the one who possesses it. And so it does. The Grail's methodology, though, is brutally practical, I dare say. Sometimes for one to live, another must die. Such equivalent exchange can be found all over the world. A miracle would require a means by which to make itself possible. A wish does not come true if the one connected to it is concerned about things like equity. To enact such a paradigm shift would require the sacking of that which is lesser, an alteration via the most efficient method. I can only imagine what Saber must feel. If what Kotomene says is true, this is not the Grail she wanted. It's merely power to fuel the possessor's wish. It grants its owner's wish at the cost of everything else. So that is the true face of this supposedly omnipotent power. And the Grail. It is a tainted version that destroys all but its bearer. You'll understand once you lay your eyes upon it. It is truly a curse given form. And that is a delight to my ears. To touch the Holy Grail is a dream for the man of cloth such as myself, but this Grail would kill everyone and everything. To hold such power in my hands would be a dream come true. The priest laughs. This time it's not for show. He laughs in pure delight. It makes me realize this is a man entirely without humanity. More than anyone else, he absolutely cannot get the Grail. Farewell, then. See to this garbage, Lancer. Kill the boy. Archer. Defeat Saber. The priest turns on his heel and ascends the stairs. All that remains are me, who can barely move with my injuries, Kotomene's 2 servants, and Saber standing ready to guard me, glaring at our enemies. A tense moment passes. We need to beat Gilgamesh and Lancer if we're going to have any hopes of getting back to the surface. But I don't care about defeating them. If we could regroup somehow, maybe, but... Saber's voice is quiet, but her eyes never leave the enemy. I know I'm asking much of you, but stay by my side at all costs. She grips my hand firmly in her own. I know she's ready to go at any moment. Alright, I'll do my best to follow you, so don't worry about me. I nod back. I can barely walk. We both understand just how bad this is. But Saber's telling me she will do everything she can to get me through this. What can I do but agree? I have full confidence in you. Her voice is quiet but firm. Now! At that moment, she lets go my hand to charge ahead. Both shadows react to her in an instant. Saber and I are struck dumb. What just happened? Lancer jerks his spear off course away from me and straight for Gilgamesh, who bats the attack aside with a longsword as if he'd expected it. Missed. My bad. Your actually certainly leaves something to be desired. Both men withdraw unhurried and unconcerned. I'll remind you, the mongrel is yours, Saber is mine to deal with, right? My bad, but I don't really care anymore. He didn't give the order with a command spell, so he can choke on it for all I care. As he says this, Lancer turns to face Gilgamesh almost as if protecting us. Lancer, you... If you're gonna say something stupid, save your breath. This isn't me helping you, I'm just sticking to my own code. Lancer levels his spear at Gilgamesh. His intent is clear. He actually does mean to let us go. Honestly, I've had it up to here with him anyway. I'm not doing what he says anymore. I'm cutting Kotomene off right here. Oh, you're breaking your contract with him. So you're willing to be eliminated here and now, even with the Grail in reach? I'm nothing like you. I couldn't give less of a shit about having a second life or whatever. No hero worth a damn would care for such a thing. We've got no attachments to this world. Heroes really only care about promises left unfulfilled. Not that I expect a greedy jackass like you to understand that. Is that so? One who experienced such a radiant end must speak thusly, and I suppose this betrayal is owed to hero's pride as well. You certainly chose a difficult code to live up to, Lancer. The air behind Gilgamesh warps. Weapons appear out of nowhere in the space behind him. He possesses the originals of noble phantasms. He's the king of heroes, the man whose story is the oldest ever recorded. Even you cannot defeat him. Damn, a guy who destroyed his own country to do whatever the hell he wanted. No wonder he's so full of it. This is no time for bravado. Oh, shut it. You ain't the boss of me. Me defending you here isn't the same as me siding with you. Man, this is why I can't stand you chivalrous types. In his own way, Lancer's urging Saber to run. Saber hangs her head for a moment. Then farewell. I will return the favor, if I can. Taking my hand, she makes for the stairs. Darn, it seems I let them go. Gilgamesh just watches us, making no move to follow. Wasn't Saber yours? Frankly, the command I was given did not suit me. Had you not done as you have here, I might have done so in your stead. We make it up the stairs. Saber must still be worried about how I'm doing, so we don't move very fast. The pain, on the other hand, doesn't much care for how slowly we're moving, as it doesn't dull in the slightest. The rising tensions and sense of impending violence grows. What's that? You wanted to let Saber go? Of course I have no intention of killing her. She's mine. However, I suppose I can't wait about idly if I want the Grail. I need but one servant to die for a complete ritual. A multitude of swords appear in the darkened basement. The Golden Knight smirks. This is why he was ready for Lancer's surprise attacks. Lancer was the only one planning to turn on his would-be ally. Well, shit, so you planned this from the get-go. Did you not hear me? We are, I suppose, of like mind in this situation. For my acknowledgement, Cuchulainn, you have scripted the most pleasant of circumstances. The two come together. We make it out just before I see the initial volley. I stop. I make it out of the church, but my body tells me it's reached its limit. Let us rest here. Your body will not last like this. Yeah, I hate that I'm causing you so much trouble. I lean away from Saber's shoulders and sit on the grass. My chest wound is still there. It stopped bleeding, but there's still a gaping hole in my chest. I feel sick. Considering what you just witnessed, Shiro, that is understandable. The pain might be gone, but I've still got a hole right through me. Just looking at it makes me sick to my stomach. More than that, I can't believe I'm still alive. Shiro, please show me your wound. Okay. Please, excuse me. It may hurt a bit, but please bear with me. Saber trails a finger over my chest. And then, I don't know what she's thinking, but Saber places her hand in my chest and lets it sink into my body. She's trying to kill him! My entire body jerks and bucks in response. Saber's hand is relentless, moving around inside me. Idiot, what are you doing? She's touching my organs with her bare hands. Okay, Saber is just as bad as Shuten. How could that not be blindingly painful? It should hurt, but... There's absolutely no pain. In fact, everywhere Saber touches, it's like the pain is fading. I'm done, Shiro. I've replenished the sheath's magical energy. Your wound should heal in half a day. She draws her hand from my chest, looking relieved. Sheath? I have no idea what she's talking about. What do you mean by sheath? You mentioned it before, but are you talking about your sheath? Saber's sheath. It has to be Excalibur's sheath. Invisible air isn't her sheath. The legendary sheath of Excalibur is a noble phantasm that makes its possessor immortal. But she doesn't have it. King Arthur died in the Battle of Camlan because the sheath was lost. So there's no way Saber's Excalibur's sheath right now. Yes, my sheath is inside your body. Not realizing that until last night is my failure. Inside me? That sounds kind of absurd. Do you really think so? It is actually quite simple, really. You summoned me. It was foolish to think that you were able to do that by sheer coincidence. To summon a heroic spirit, you must possess a symbol that has some connection to that heroic spirit. As you had no knowledge of being a master, nor any experience as a mage, you must have had some sort of connection to me. This is where my sheath, the lost sheath of Excalibur, comes in. That might be true, but why is something like that inside me? I expect that was Kiritsugu's doing. In the previous war, he summoned me using Excalibur's sheath as a catalyst. As the sheath is a noble phantasm that heals the possessor's wounds, he must have determined it would be advantageous to hold onto it rather than return it to me. I'm all ready to heal myself, which makes it difficult to kill me. Allowing the master who is more vulnerable to hold the sheath would increase his chances of winning the war. So my old man survived the war pretty much the same way as I've been surviving. Oh no! Much more effectively than you, Shiro. So much more effectively. Most likely, yes, and when the war was over and I disappeared, he was wandering through the fiery ruins and found a dying child. He didn't have any healing powers, and it was probably too late anyway. And so he saw only one method to save the child. My hand goes to my chest. On that day 10 years ago, I accepted death as I was looking up at that sky. My body was burned. Maybe I really was a little more than cinders. So when Kiritsugu found a kid that was barely alive, he had to rely on the one thing he had on him. The sacred sword sheath is said to protect the possessor's life. By implanting the sheath in me, he saved the child who was on the verge of death. So, what you're saying... Yes, it has been disassembled and lacks the original shape, but your body does contain the sheath. That is the source for your healing abilities. I almost died when Lancer stabbed me at school, and... That's right, someone saved me then. By the time I came to, there was nobody there, just a piece of rock laying next to me. I felt that was really important, so I brought it home. I wonder if it's still there. That is before you and I formed a contract. The sheath is a noble phantasm. Until I manifested and infused it with my magical energy, it would not function as a noble phantasm. Until you formed a contract with me, you would not have had the power of immortality. Though, as long as it has even a little magical energy within it, it may have been able to protect its possessor's life. But it would be weak. To save a human on the verge of death, it must have been necessary to integrate the sheath into your body. See. Sorry, Saber, I feel bad for using your sheath for myself. What are you talking about? You're my master. It's quite natural for you to use what is mine. Besides, I was happy when I learned the truth. Even though I could not save anyone from that disaster, my sheath saved your life. Another new Saber expression! Happy smile! ... Her smile's so bright, I can't help but look away. Does your wound hurt? No, that's not it. That's fine, don't worry about it. You did nothing wrong! I cover my blushing face and fall silent. This is so embarrassing. Not speaking means no pain, but this is really awkward. I'm not sure how much time passed. Just as I start to calm down, Saber speaks quietly. He was correct, so he did not betray me. Her voice is heavy with regret. I would never have sought that Holy Grail. No, I never needed the Holy Grail from the beginning. Kiritsugu must have realized that. It sounds more like a confession. She's making an open apology to someone she can't apologize to. Not anymore. She reflects on herself as a way of saying goodbye to the feelings she held on to for so long. Even if she doesn't say it in so many words, I understand just by being beside her. Artoria sought the Holy Grail. A lonely king who had no choice but to believe that, without the Holy Grail, she could not avoid ruin. If only. She wished to redo everything from the moment she drew the sword from the stone. That's... I knew all along. I knew I could not just redo everything. I knew that, but I kept lying to myself. But that ends here. Her long battle can now really... Thank you, Shiro. With your help, I now know the path that I must take. Yes, the Holy Grail and I are just dreams that should not exist. But she still mumbles about wanting to be forgiven. She should never have wished for what she did, and in all that time she'd never been able to fulfill it. The weakness was only a fleeting dream. How should I feel right now? Whatever she says is beautiful. What she says is beautiful. Her decision is dignified and proud, just like her. She takes pride in her past now and accepts the end that awaits her. And now Saber has... She's decided to follow the promise she made until the very end. She doesn't even need to tell me what that means. She will never waver again. And she is more beautiful than ever. In the dark of that night, in the moment I met her under the moonlight and admired her appearance, I loved her from the very beginning. Then, regardless of what awaits ahead, there's only one thing to be done. Let's destroy the Holy Grail. I cut away any lingering attachment, I banish my selfishness, and say what has to be done. Yes, I knew you would come to that conclusion, Master. Saber nods reassuringly. I can't smile back at her right now. Try my best to suppress my feelings for her, and convince myself that this is the right thing to do. I'm sure that someday I'll be proud she trusted me with this decision. I stand up. Now that's settled, we can't just rest here forever. We know what must be done, and our enemy is clear. No more detours. Today we put an end to this battle. Managed to make it home, leaning on Saber's shoulder. The wound in my chest hasn't completely healed. According to Saber, I need to lie still for a few hours. I bite my lip, curse my body for refusing to listen to me even though I know what I need to do now. Are you thinking of doing something rash? No, I wasn't thinking about anything. I will be very angry if you do something reckless. You must not fight until your wounds have fully healed. This will be our final battle, so we must both be at our very best. Yeah, we are better off preparing ourselves than getting impatient. I'm thinking about where Kotomene went, about how to defeat Gilgamesh. There's just so much we need to consider. For now, though, we need to rest and wait until night. Excuse me. At that moment, my mind freezes. There's nobody inside. The house feels different. Uh-oh. Mingled with the smell of something burning, I can pick out the strong scent of blood. I run. I ignore my chest wound. I run to shake off the chill coming down my back. I run through the corridor, turn a corner, and pass through the familiar curtain that divides one room of the house from the other. And the scene that greets me is anything but familiar. Oh no. My voice trembles. I don't know what happened. All I know is that Tosaka's looking at me, breathing weakly. Oh, does Rin die in this route? You're finally home. You're so late I was about to go to sleep, dummy. What the hell is she saying? Looks like she's really struggling even to speak, but she tries to make conversation like nothing's wrong. What? Don't talk, you idiot. Damn it, we need to stop the bleeding. Saber gets some towels and a wash bin with warm water from the bathroom. Saber nods and turns to run to the bathroom. Bandages. I need bandages and some styptic. I don't think styptic will be enough for this. Damn it, I need a doctor. I need to call a doctor to treat her. I panic as I pull out the first aid kit. It's fine. I already treated myself. I don't need a doctor. Something more important you need to do first. Tosaka's panting, but she's looking straight at me. I don't know what the hell she's trying to say. I'm confused, but I just nod to listen to what she has to say. Are you sure you're going to be okay? There's so much blood. Her eyes are also blank, which is never a good frickin' sign. The blank eye stare is never a good sign. That is a sign of death. Or blank pupils. It's fine. I can stop my own bleeding. But more importantly, I'm sorry. I was supposed to be taking care of her, but I couldn't protect Ilya. Huh? I finally put two and two together. Tosaka wounded, living room in disarray. And Ilya gone. Did Kotomene come here? She nods. He's the only enemy left, so there wasn't much point in asking. But Saber and I were the only ones who knew Kotomene was our enemy. It must have been a shock for Tosaka. The 7th Master is her teacher and guardian. Don't apologize. Even you wouldn't have been able to do anything in an ambush. I know that. Whatever you said, you always trusted Kotomene. I suppose. Honestly, I underestimated him. I guess I got a little cocky thinking I could do everything on my own. She coughs up blood. Crap, I can't let her keep talking. Let's talk later. Just don't move. We'll get you treated, then you can rest up. Yeah, that's good. Before that, I think I need to tell you something. Shiro, this is the last advice I have for you, so listen good. That's ominous, but I just nod. This is serious, especially if she's so insistent on telling me, even as wounded as she is. I couldn't stop her from speaking up now, even if I wanted to. First, Kotomene's objective was Ilya. He must have known from the very beginning she would be the vessel for the Holy Grail. What? Ilya's the Holy Grail? Her heart, to be precise. Most mages are humans with magic circuits, but Ilya's a human made from magic circuits. As soon as there's only one servant left, she'll become the vessel that summons the Holy Grail. Then Kotomene's taken Ilya to... Yep, he took her away, but... if Saber's still around, the path won't open, so I don't think Kotomene will harm Ilya since she's the vessel. Excuse me. I can only hope so. And Lancer won't be an easy servant to beat. Even if he couldn't defeat Gilgamesh, he might have at least been able to run away. I'll just have to hope he did. This isn't the time to tell Tosaka anyway. Got it. I'll go save Ilya, so don't worry. Okay, now the second thing. I think he's at Ryoto Temple. I can't think of anywhere else to summon the Holy Grail. He probably abandoned the church already, and if he's going to hide, it's gotta be there. Got it. Kotomene is at Ryoto Temple. She doesn't even seem to have the strength to move her head. But she nods anyway. Okay, last thing. You can't beat him. Are you still gonna fight him? That question. She's not asking as a friend, but a mage who truly understands the situation. Didn't realize I would be faced with the choice here. Okay, so clearly we are continuing. I'm curious, though. There is no bad end here. There is no bad end. Are you still going to fight him? I don't know what to choose here, honestly. I truly have no idea. Like, but still Tosaka, or is there a method? Would Shiro ask for a way to fight? No. Shiro would not ask because Rin is literally dying before him, and making her talk more is just worsening her condition. So, Shiro would not ask for a method to beat Kotomene, so I'm hoping, but still Tosaka is like, be still, like, stop talking, shut up, and just rest. My mind's made up. My chances of victory are abysmal. Even so, I'm gonna fight. I've got unfinished business with him. I can't back off, no matter what. I have to defeat Kotomene. I need to settle things with him. As a survivor of the disaster 10 years ago. As one of the orphans. As the son of Kiritsugu Emiya. I see. Then I'll give you this. It's meant for self-defense, but it's better than nothing. She reaches behind her and takes out a dagger. Ooh. It's a well-known dagger, perhaps even famous. It's used for rituals rather than for battle. It's a magic wand in the shape of a sword used to form magical circles and intervene in mystics that have taken shape. The wound Azoth is engraved in the jewel on the handle. Its blade isn't long as a typical dagger, which probably fits Tosaka's preferences anyway. This is the Azoth blade, a sword favored by a famous scholar of mystics who took the world by storm some time ago. It's meant for mages to prove their training is complete. The Azoth blade is not unlike the sort of gift one receives for getting into college. What is this? Weapon data! Nope. Azoth blade. Mystic code that Rin treasures. Azoth blade is not a cunning tool, but a wand used to amplify its user's magical energy and assist/augment magecraft. It's a popular implement within the Mage Association, and teachers and parents give it at coming-of-age ceremonies. It's modeled after the dagger favored by a man who laid down the foundation of modern alchemy. Paracelsus, I'm guessing. Can't you tell? This is my dagger. It's weak compared to my jewels, but I still infused it with magical energy from time to time. It'll activate if you say whatever that word is, and flood it with as much magical energy as you can. She hands me the dagger. It's surprisingly heavy. Not physically heavy, rather, I feel the weight of Tosaka's memories in the dagger. Are you sure about loaning this to me? It's fine. I knew I was no match for Kirei, so I hid it from him. I don't want it to go to waste, so you can use it. Okay, I'll take it. Honestly, more weapons can't hurt. Oh, so you do get it then. Maybe it's time. I'm just getting so sleepy. She laughs, embarrassed. Next thing I know, Saber's standing behind me, waiting to treat Tosaka. Go ahead and sleep, I'll wake you up in the morning. That'll make you a nice big meal. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, and this last bit is more of an order than a warning. If you're gonna do this, you need to win even if it kills you. I'll never ever forgive you if I wake up and find you dead and defeated. She looks like she said everything she wants to say. And so Tosaka drifts right off to sleep. She looks well enough, so I feel stupid for worrying about her. But then again, I know that's her way of cheering me on, and her words really do invigorate me. Leave it to me, Tosaka. I nod at Tosaka's sleeping form. Everything's all set. All that's left is to spend these next few hours without regret while my wounds heal. Drink some water. Today slowly ticks over into tomorrow. We treat Tosaka's wounds and take her to her room to rest, while I make dinner and eat with Saber in silence. Just a little longer. Most of my wounds are healed. I only have about an hour or two left. In the meantime, I'll... A triple choice here. Okay, Triple choice. So, what are our options? Spend some time with Saber. Spending time with Saber is a valid point. Her and Shiro can bond a little bit more. Although I'm pretty sure their bond is, like, at max at this point, so I'm not sure really what that would do, other than maybe, like, brief bit of magical energy exchange, or maybe. Reporting to Kiritsugu feels like a very odd choice. I don't really see any purpose in him doing that, other than, like, saying, hey, Dad, I'm gonna kick the ass of the guy whose ass you failed to kick and avenge the fire that killed so many all those years ago. That's kind of the only thing I can see there. How a strategy meeting does sound... I mean, a strategy meeting, there's not really much to strategize on. Plus, I feel like that would be the same thing as spending time with Saber. I think spending time with Saber, just in case there is a little bit more of the uptick in affection to be gained, is the way to go. How should I spend those remaining hours? I thought a lot about it, but I wound up here in the end. This place always remains the same. I enjoy the peace of the living room, but I'm more comfortable here. Yeah, for a Western knight, you look so natural with a bamboo sword. Plus, you like sitting Saiza. We should have put on some kendo gear and had a match while we had the chance. Wear protective gear? Why'd you not say so earlier? I would have worn my armor while you had protective gear in it for our mock match. Yes, we really should have done that. If only you had mentioned it earlier, I could have gone all out in a match with you, Shiro. Saber's so cute when she pouts like that. Cute as she is, her words are pretty terrifying. You're not really serious about going all out, are you? If you fought me without holding back, I'd wind up bedridden for a week. No, that's not true. You underestimate yourself. You really have grown as a swordsman these past few days. At this point, you may be able to land a hit on me. Really? Even if she's only flattering me, I'm delighted. How could I not respect Saber when it comes to swordsmanship? Being able to land a hit on my mentor is like proof of my growing skill. For real, so you're saying if the conditions and timing were right, I might actually be able to land a hit on you? That is correct. You have grown strong, Shiro. You should be proud of that. I'm very pleased. I can tell she's being honest as she smiles at me. When I see her face like that, my determination starts to waver. Afterwards, we won't be able to come back. If only we could just run away instead of facing a battle with such a slim chance of actually winning. Why have you gone quiet? Are your wounds still hurting you? If so, you must rest in your room. I'm fine. Nothing's hurting. I push my hesitation aside. I can't run away, and this isn't how I want to spend my final moments with Saber. Since we're here, want to have a quick spar? Not a serious bout, just a fun, light-hearted match. I bury my feelings as I try to put on as strong face as I can. Very well. Then I'll fight in my own style rather than kendo. Shiro, you can fight me in whichever style you want as well. She must have understood what I had in mind. Trading blows with the sword rather than words suits us better. For a short while, we forget about everything and just feel our bamboo swords whack at each other. The moon hangs high in the sky. Clouds have finally cleared, and the black of night has given way to indigo. It will be dawn soon. The long night is about to end. It will be the last one. During the night, Saber and I traveled to our final destination. Shiro, I hear the tension in Saber's voice. She's not the only one. As I quietly nod, I feel a cold sweat trickling down my neck. The mountain feels like a living thing. Chills run down my spine. Stifling pressure assails me with every step I take. The air is thick and damp. The man is dense. It feels exactly the same as 10 years ago. I expect at the very top. The summoning of the Holy Grail has begun. Maybe it's even over by now. Either way, Gilgamesh has probably defeated Lancer. Let's go over it one more time, Saber. Once we reach the top, the only thing left will be the fight. You take care of Gilgamesh, and I'll take care of the Master, Kotomeni. See, they clearly strategized as well, so the strategy meeting was pointless. Neither of us will get involved in the other's fight. If one of us defeats their opponent, that'll be the end of it. Yes, this time I'll concentrate on my own fight. Kotomeni as an enemy, you must defeat yourself. Right, yeah, even to me. And Saber, don't let him beat you. Yes, on my honor I will not lose to him. Not as a servant, but as a heroic spirit. I shall not submit to that king. There is no hesitation or worry in her voice. I do not need to say anything else to her. We will head into battle and determine the final master in this war. But if in the process, if one of us dies, the survivor just has to kill their opponent. Even if I'm defeated, as long as Saber defeats Gilgamesh, Kotomeni won't get his hands on the Grail. At the same time, if Saber is defeated but I defeat Kotomeni, Gilgamesh... Oh no, they are terribly wrong! That is a terribly wrong assumption. So we don't have to cover for each other. This battle is now each of ours alone. Oh no. Maybe... I don't know. And so we climb the stone steps. The closer we get to the temple gate, the denser the air gets. The red fluorescence dances in the wind, and the whole place is too brightly lit for nighttime. The air is heavy with death. It reminds me of that fire 10 years ago. But it's different. Bound up in the red light, I spy something that looks like it's going to ooze out over the temple itself. It's out past the building. A glistening blackness, like mucus, spreads over the vivid red. The mud spreads like oil over the clear ground. Finally here. I've been waiting, Saber. Gilgamesh stands there, haloed by the vivid red glow. He pays no mind to the blood-red glow or the death-shrouding blackness. The servant armored in gold waits in the middle of the temple grounds for Saber and Saber alone. You've come at a good time. The Holy Grail has finally decided to show itself, and it's starting to open up. The curse is what the Holy Grail holds within it. It's the third element that keeps us servants in the world. That's what spilled on me 10 years ago. Gilgamesh has eyes only for Saber. She's similarly focused on him. She steps forward and points her sword at the knight in front of her. That's the spirit. You know you can't possibly win, but you're still defiant, showing your fighting spirit. You truly are a fitting finale for this festival. I'll not permit any outsiders to interfere. You, mongrel, if you plan to fight Kotomeni, be gone. He awaits you at the altar. Kotomeni's waiting. I glance at Saber. She gives a silent nod, her eyes on Gilgamesh. As I leave, I feel her wishing me luck. I turn around, my opponent is elsewhere. Behind me, as I run, I hear the sounds of Saber's deadly battle beginning. Deep in the grounds, behind Ryoto Temple's main building, is a large lake. It's been untouched for a long time, making it seem sacred, like it's inhabited by a dragon god. But the lake's clear blue water is so pure and clean, without a trace of cloudiness. At least that was true until yesterday. The lake is far from pure now. Red phosphorescence spreads out before me. It's a sea of dark, murky tar. And... oh no, Ilya! A hollow chasm yawns in midair. The body of a young girl floating in offering. I've been trying to remain calm all this time, but that sight drives me over the edge. I stop and glare at the enemy. Welcome, Shiro Emiya, the final surviving master. The ends of his lips curl up in a smile as he spreads his arms in greeting. Our final battle will be fought here. This will be the summoning altar in this Holy Grail war. Put down Ilya, I'll thrash you after that. I glare at Kotomene. We're about 10 meters apart. As soon as I take another step, the battle will begin. Once the battle starts, my only option is to rush him and stab him in the chest. But before that, I need to do something about Ilya. Did you hear me? I told you to put Ilya down. What kind of scum are you taking pleasure in tormenting someone like her? I heard you, but I can't do as you ask. The Holy Grail has appeared, but its hollow is still unstable. As the point of contact with the Holy Grail, I need her to endure for as long as her life lasts, or else my wish might not be granted. The sound of clashing swords is kind of annoying. As long as her life lasts, then Ilya is still alive. If you have no intention of bringing her down, I'll have to make you. I'm gonna stop your wish, this dark mud right here, right now. I see. Do you believe this is my wish? I have to hand it to Kiritsu. His son has such a keen sense of things. What a shock. 2 generations of Emiya's completely mistaken. I have no obligation to explain anything to one who does not understand the Holy Grail. You shall fulfill your role as the final master, burdened by that misconception for all the while. What? I kick off as quickly as I can. There's only about 10 meters between him and me, but I jump to the side, maintaining my distance. Rather than act on my desire to kill him, my instincts kick in to help me avoid death. I slip sideways and roll on the ground. I go tumbling across the ground, scrambling to look up. That was... I glance back at where I'd just been running. The ground is on fire. The dark mud spreading over the lake is steaming. It's like a dark carpet. The mud coils and lunges at me, snapping like a whip. It leaves a searing welt on the ground. I should have mentioned that you are already well within my reach. Moreover, this stuff is extraordinarily responsive to the presence of living things. Dart around all you like, but you're not careful. As you do, you'll die. I leap out of the black mud as it strikes at me once again. To hell with darting around blindly. This bastard is intent on killing me. You damn fake priest. I reposition myself and keep the eye on the lake. I'm no closer to Kotomene. This looks like he's going to keep me 10 meters away. That muddy tentacle seems to be able to stretch endlessly. It follows no matter how far I retreat, and it's not the only one. Are you ready to face me? Good, I'm pleased. Had you just walked away, I would have had no way to kill you, but if you desire to fight, I have no issue. I am, after all, a humble servant of God, and I could never kill one seeking salvation or aid. The tentacle twists toward me. It looms over the lake, its sickle-shaped head like a dark serpent. I bite my lip. I'm in about the worst possible situation here. More and more tentacles emerge from the lake. Not sure how much longer I can even survive, to say nothing of getting near Kotomene. Excuse me. You obviously have no chance of winning. The gap in our experience is considerable. Unless you have some major factor which can multiply your experience, that difference will not be easily overcome. The priest raises his hand. He stares at the heavens like a conductor leading an orchestra. Put your life on the line. Maybe then you'll be able to reach me. The serpents surge forward. I try to kick away the mud clinging to my ankles. My clothes are burnt, my skin exposed. I jump away from the lunging tentacle. I can't feel my mud-coated right ankle, and I wasn't entirely sure I even had a right leg until I used it to leap away. I check my body while I roll. Ankle? Okay, yeah, it's still there. I just can't feel it. It's more or less intact. I can probably still run. I jump in another direction to avoid the mud's relentless attacks. Beside me, I hear a splash. The scent of burning earth wakes my dizzy head, and I push myself back up to my feet. A burning sensation sears its way down my back. The hell? I shake it off and jump to the closest bit of clear ground. The mud's pursuit relents. I can no longer see any black mud that surrounds me. I bite my lip. I dodged and ran all over the place, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. Because in the end, it doesn't even matter. I'm right back here. I calm my breathing and look up to him to at least show he hasn't broken my spirit. Kotomene has not moved at all. He's just watched me running around. No matter how many deep breaths I take, my heart won't stop pounding. It's warning me that it's at its limit. My heart is ready to burst if I don't rest. That's how rapidly it's thumping in my chest. It's all but jumping out of my mouth at this point. I can't do anything. I can't get near Kotomene, and I can't stop the black mud. There's not enough for me to hold back about using projection. It's my only hope. If there's no way forward, I just have to project Saber's sword again. I should be able to cut through the black mud and give me a chance to rush Kotomene. Is that all? If you've given up, say so. The moment he speaks, a tidal wave of mud crashes over me. I look up just in time to dodge. The mud itself isn't bad. It's slow compared to Saber's strikes when we sparred, and it doesn't change direction, so it's easy to dodge. But that's only when there's just one tentacle. I can't handle multiple at once, or those that strike from behind as soon as I've dodged another. As a result, I can only move around, and still the mud slowly covers me. Get away! There's no time to rest. I'm not going to be able to use my projection. Projection requires me to form an image of a weapon from the very beginning, so I need at least a full minute of concentration. But if I give Kotomene an opening like that, the only thing left of me will be smoking bones. Everywhere the mud touches me, I go numb. At least it's not painful, but if the mud covers my entire body, I might not even know whether I'm dead or alive. If that happens, I'm a goner. I'd melt away, bones and all. I can only run. If I'm going to have any chance of getting near him, I have to do something about this mud. I can't believe it. I picked now of all times to trip. Bye, Shiro! Kotomene stares down at me as if I were a piece of trash. He points a finger at me, and several snakeheads rear up from the lake. What the... Get up. I try to get up, but I fall again. I fall. I fall. The snakes pursue me. But I still fall. Why? 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 Black mud splashes over the back of my neck. Why? Now that I look closer, and my right leg is entirely black. Oh. Black mud rains down on me. Like a torrential downpour, it engulfs my entire body, and all I can do is wait the oncoming tide of despair. Oh. Okay. That's a proper dead end there. Well. Unexpected, to say the least. Huh. Well. Dead end. I don't know what other choice I need to make, then. Being unarmed at the most crucial moment. This is Tiger Dojo, a place to help people like you. Well, the common wisdom is that victory or defeat are decided before the battle even begins. And what does that mean, Disciple number 1? You shouldn't start a battle until you have a weapon or plan. Very good. The enemy is a servant who cheats by bringing in the strongest stuff with his power of ridiculous wealth. So you should prepare at least one weapon that might help you turn things around. So I guess I do need to bring in, I guess I do need to do a strategy meeting. Which is kind of weird, but if that's what it wants, then... then are you saying you should restart from the night before to prepare a new weapon? What can he possibly do in such short time? Well, it is possible. Saber originally had 3 noble phantasms. You should be able to do something if you prepare the last one. Oh, so you just have to give it back. Exactly. Like they say, render unto Caesar. It might be a shame to lose it, but I guess you have to return things to their owners. Oh, I guess you give good advice sometimes, Taiga. I guess you're a teacher, even if you're not a very good one. Praise me more. Yeah. Well, then while Taiga's in a good mood, I have exciting news. I have an exciting announcement to make. So this segment will be running as a little side thing to the main story, but this is the final episode. Next time, a new series, Tiger Dojo Part 2, Taiga 100 million yen in debt, will begin. We're going to move this place to my castle and update the background, still pics, music, and game console. The production budget will double and it'll be so elaborate you won't even think it's just a bonus side segment. Lots of good news here. I don't really get it, but I guess it's like a computer graphics updating from War Machines or something. Exactly, we'll finally be free from this cheap art that looks like it was done as a hurried afterthought. Wonderful. Now that that's settled, let's get the heck out of this dojo. See ya, everyone. We'll be waiting for you in the renewed Tiger Dojo. Yes, restart from the most recent decision point, and I guess I just got scolded. I honestly wasn't aware that could split off into a bad end from a triple. Oh, wait. It's got this kind of thing. So, yeah, of course I would do that. So, then, strategy meeting is the way to go. I'm betting Report to Kiritsugu would have sort of the same bad end outcome. So, there's no real point in running that here. So, yeah. Strategy meeting time! Strategy meeting time! It is a strategy meeting time! Oh, that's right. There's only one thing to do. We've always done it this way. So we should do the same, right to the end. It's not romantic, and it's certainly not elegant, but sitting across from each other and coming up with a plan of action suits me and Saber best. Shiro, it makes sense to come up with a plan, but is this the place for that? Actually, it has to be here. Let's just go in. I have something in mind. If you say so, then I only have to obey. Saber reluctantly follows me into the shed. Okay, now. There's a reason I had Saber go inside the shed. Right now we have neither a plan nor the means to defeat Gilgamesh. So it goes without saying that we need something extra. So... okay. So, I just have a feeling these will all lead to bad ends. If I pick anything but the one... I mean, just given the fact that they specifically called out what we need to do here, I think it's kind of obvious what needs to be done. We need to return the sheath to Saber. All other routes will presumably lead to the same bad end. I should return the sheath to its rightful owner. I don't know if it'll work, but I have to try. But Saber did manage to put her hand in my body to check whether the sheath was there, so it's probably not impossible to extract. What? Do you know what you're saying, Shiro? I do. The sheath was yours to begin with, so returning it to you just makes sense. Plus, with that, you might have a better chance of beating him. That may be true. Once the sheath is returned to me, the magical energy at my disposal will increase. But that does not guarantee that I'll win against Gilgamesh. And once it's extracted, what will you do, Shiro? Without the sheath, I'll no longer heal so rapidly from whatever injury I might sustain. But that's normal. I relied on this regeneration too much. Nobody should be immortal. I shouldn't keep it anymore. Take the sheath, Saber. This is absolutely what we need to win. Saber bites her lip, not answering. I'm not sure how long this moment stretches out between us. The clouds in the sky drift by as the moon starts to shine through the window. Understood, Master. I must enter your heart for a moment, then. Saber nods, her hesitation gone. I shall begin. Are you ready, Shiro? Yeah, don't hesitate. Just go ahead. Saber begins. Her hand presses against my chest and sinks in. My job here is simple. The process of extracting the sheath is similar to projection. The sacred sword sheath has integrated itself throughout my body. I just have to collect all the dispersed bits of it and reform them into the sheath. This is all just my impression of what's going on, though. I may say I'm reforming it into the sheath, but I'm just gathering waves of magical energy. Saber is the one who will give it shape. She, the original owner, forms the shapeless bundle of magical energy into the sheath itself. I'm just helping her. It's like making something from nothing. The scattered pieces of the sacred sword's sheath are reproduced with precision and painstaking care, without a single error. My body grows hot. Projection is way beyond my means. It eats away at my body every time I use it. It destroys my nerves, burns my skin, and even has the power to cripple my brain. But it's the only weapon I have, and the only thing that might help Saber. I think back to when I saw her in my dreams. The golden sheath fit for the King of Knights to carry into battle. The legendary sheath that protected its owner and led her to so many victories. I reproduce it vividly, without deviation, and as beautiful as it ever was. This dream's clearly going along, but I am finishing the fate route. And, no matter the end awaiting us, I won't ever forget this. I will engrave the image into my mind. I hear Saber's voice. I feel something that was within me for the longest time escape from my body. This is amazing. This is truly incredible, Shiro. Nobody but you would have been able to reproduce it so perfectly. It must have come out great, as Saber's so elated it surprises me. My body's still so searingly hot, I just topple face first onto the ground. You're drenched. I'll bring you something to wipe you off right away. Saber hurries back towards the house. As I listen to her footsteps, I take a deep breath. I think that turned out great. It was perfect. I don't think anything else I project will ever turn out so perfect. See ya. Thanks for everything. I bid farewell to the thing that had been a part of me for so long. The golden sheath that had protected her, I'll never ever forget it. Though it's left my body, its form has been engraved into my heart. moon hangs high in the sky. The clouds have finally cleared and the black of night is giving way to indigo. It will be dawn soon. The long night is about to end. It will be the last one. During the night, Saber and I travel to our final destination. This. I can hear the tension in Saber's voice. She's not the only one. As I nod quietly, I feel a cold sweat trickling down my neck. The mountain feels like a living thing. Chills run down my spine. Stifling pressure assails me with every step I take. The air is thick and damp. The mana is dense. It feels exactly the same as 10 years ago. Okay, so this is all text that we read before, but it's repeating, I guess because this is a new route. I hope that there is some means to skip text that has already been seen before, because I do have plans for when the Fate route is finally done. Once we reach top, take care of Gilgamesh. Yep. So that's the exact same stuff. Yep. No longer any hesitation in her voice. Don't need to say anything else to her. We will head into battle and determine the final master in this war. But if in the process, if one of us die, yep, same lines. Same exact lines. Almost premonition at the top of the stone staircase, our greatest enemy awaits, but I don't really care about that. We go up the stairs, closer and closer to the temple gate. Everything will be over. No matter who wins this battle, Saber will disappear. The endless but fleeting days of fighting will finally be over, and Saber will disappear from this world. She'll return to her time where she belongs. And I can't say I don't have any regrets. I'm going to lose Saber. I'm going to lose the person I vowed to protect, the person I most want to be happy. Even now, I don't know just how painful that will be. For now, we're still walking together, and I can feel her presence. I'm not prepared to lose her. Even if I knew a few days before, that even if from the moment we met, I knew we would eventually part ways. Thinking back, we made so many memories. We walked together some nights, fought on some others. At first, I did everything I could to prevent Saber, a girl, from fighting. She also kicked my ass in the dojo. I also slept in the shed because I was too embarrassed to sleep in a room right next to hers. We ate lunch together. Saber liked baths, she liked my cooking, and liked the clothes Tosaka brought her. She had incoherent conversations with Fujini. She pushed herself, shouldered all her burdens herself, and finally collapsed when we explored the depths of our hearts in the ruins. Things took a turn after that. I couldn't stop thinking about Saber. My purpose for fighting changed, and I realized I loved her. How can I lose someone like that? Saber doesn't say anything. I can't think of anything to say either. Once we've climbed the stairs and reached the top, there will be nothing for us to talk about. A little while later, I'll lose Saber and have to say goodbye. But this is the only time we have to say goodbye. We climb the stairs. If I want to avoid saying goodbye, I just have to chatter about insignificant stuff like before. For example, let's go to town when we go home. What should we eat for breakfast tomorrow? Insignificant stuff. I can't even seem to do that, though. Because whatever I say, those could end up being our last words. A clear end. Neither Saber or I could say a clear goodbye. And now we're at the temple gate. This is my last chance. If we proceed, it'll all be over. But if we go back, maybe I can think of something that would stop me from losing her. I stop and turn to Saber. She's the same as ever. Her face is composed, but her eyes seem tense, like she's trying to hold something in. The moment I see those eyes, I'm assailed by a temptation from all sides. Temptation to run away, temptation to turn back so I don't lose her. Temptation to tell her what I really want, assuring me she'll accept. My resolve wavers. The temptations are begging, itching to be voiced. I bite my tongue. Let's go. This will be our final battle. I tell her, just like usual, as her master. Saber nods silently. I see the strength in her eyes, full of resolve as they always are. I won't make any requests. The same way she believes in me. I'm going to believe I made the right choice. I cross the threshold of the temple gate. There's no turning back now. I can't say anything. Not that I could say what I really wanted anyway. But I want to at least believe that this frustrated silence managed to convey my feelings. We finished climbing the long stone stairs. This is our final memory of our time together on this earth. The summit is bathed in a crimson glow. Wind whips at my face, seeming to come from that red light somewhere at the rear of the temple grounds. The air is heavy with death. Excuse me. Reminds me, 5-10 years. Okay, this is all similar. This is all the same text. It's like a visible curse. Even a mage like me, still in training as I am, understands this stuff only acts on the human psyche and will only swallow human bodies. Finally here, I've been waiting. Saber. Gilgamesh stands there. Okay, so these are the same lines. Yep, same. What are your intentions? That curse, what do you plan on doing with the thing that falsely presents itself as the Holy Grail? I've already told you I have no wish. I don't care for what Kotomene does with this grail. Right now, my only interest is in you. As if to answer, the Golden Knight raises one arm. At the same time, a shimmering haze forms behind him. The king's treasure, hundreds of noble phantasms are readied in that haze like bullets loaded into a gun. The time has finally come. I've been thinking of this moment for so long, Saber. I've been thinking of how to pin you down as you struggle and make you swallow that mud. I'm going to stomp on your sobbing face and make you drink the mud till it's dyed your entire body. I have imagined you writhing beneath me as the agony of death drives you mad while your pathetic, filthy figure clings to my feet. Well said. You will, I'm sure, not object to meeting the same fate then, King of Heroes. She takes another step. It's amazing to see how far Gilgamesh has come in the years. He's so irredeemably evil in this, but he's gotten so much better. She takes another step. Saber walks right into the range of all those noble phantasms. This isn't a battle I can help with. No ordinary human could step into this battle between Saber and Gilgamesh. Precisely what I expect of you, Saber. You know you can't possibly win, but you're still defiant, showing your fighting spirit. Your truly fitting finale for this festival. Not permit any outsiders. Same. Glance at Saber. She gives a slight nod, her eyes still on Gilgamesh. As I leave, I feel her wishing me luck. Turn around, opponent is elsewhere, behind me. As I run, I hear the sound of Saber's deadly battle deep in the grounds behind Rio the Temple's large lake. So this is the same lines. Same. Okay, we're getting different images this time, though. At least that little lead-up was different. Holochasm yawns in midair. The body of Ilya floating near and offering. Because Ilya is not a young girl, she is like 19 years old. Kotomene. I've been trying to remain calm all this time, but that sight drives me over the edge. Stop and clear out the enemy. Welcome, the final master. This is all the same. Summoning altar. Yep. It's just doing things vastly different this time. So this is definitely the true way to go. Yep, same line. Same. Don't know what kind of mage Kotomene is, but he likely uses projectile weapons like Tosaka. On the other hand, my only option is to get close and punch him in the face. Even with Tosaka's dagger concealed behind me, I need to get close. Once the battle starts, my only option is to rush at him and stab him in the chest, but for that, I need to do something about Ilya. Yep, same line. Do not create the mud. This is the power flowing from the Holy Grail itself. Though it should normally be colorless, it should be omnipotent. No mere human could dye it black. The Holy Grail has always been like this. The moment it opened up, it will pour from the Grail without end, causing an unimaginable catastrophe. This is the Holy Grail's true form. It's filled with all manner of malignancy, with things that would curse the world and mankind indiscriminately. No one can control such a thing. What is he talking about? That's true, he didn't become a master because he had a wish to fulfill, but instead just so he could open this thing? Kotomene, what is your wish? I grind my teeth and glare at him. He smiles wider. For fun, I suppose. It's such a simple answer. What? Is that not clear? Alright, let's take for instance music. Why do you feel pleasure from music, Shiro Emiya? What the hell? How about books? Why do you think stories draw people in? Why, I've never thought about that sort of thing before. Indeed, there's little call to consider such things. Various forms of entertainment, things that please humans, they're all enjoyable because they were created by humans. Listen, all creation springs from humans, from their own capabilities. That means the most enjoyable, pleasurable things are humans themselves. Humans, particularly in extremists, are the greatest source of entertainment. By comparison, entertainment humans create is but a pale shadow. Oh yes, music and stories, love, hate, trust, betrayal, morality, immortality, illusion, and truth. These are no more than impurities. Such things are second-rate as entertainment goes, hardly worthy of consideration. I want humans themselves to be my entertainment. None of the rest interests me. And thus such excess and extravagance must be trimmed away. You're familiar with the notion of one's life flashing before one's eyes, yes? It's precisely that. The only moment a human has any value is when they're on the very brink of death. All their lives are spent building up momentum until they finally jump and reach for the skies. In that moment, they are dazzling, and is that moment I desire most. That is what you've always sought. As you all feed on peace, I live by consuming the star's light. Seeing the priest give such a sermon, his arms spread wide, is strange, to say the least. A chill run down my back, but not from what he said. Seeing him like that, talking about human beings and seeming somehow sacred is what's giving me chills. So you're saying... Yes, the fire 10 years ago? Not bad, a little small in scale, but it still gave me a rush of exhilaration I've never experienced before. And so that's all I seek. The kind of hell that causes souls to burst, allowing humans to shine their brightest. Do you not want to bear witness to such a glorious sight, Shiro Emiya? What do you think? Do you not agree the dying, agonized shrieks of humans wallowing in their regret fill your breast with the most indescribable pleasure? Phew. Bullshit. That day, how could he ever describe the hell of that day like that? So you finally understand, warped though it may be, there is no one in this world who loves humans more than I, and so there is no one more worthy of the Holy Grail than I. The priest smiles, pleased with himself. Is he saying that he thinks all those people dying helplessly was a wonderful, beautiful thing? I understand all right. I focus on my feet. Every muscle in my legs tenses, ready to break into a sprint. I understand that you deserve to die. I surge forward as fast as I can. He's a little less than 10 meters away. If I head straight at him, I can. I throw myself sideways, want to just kill him, but my instincts kick in, saving me from death. I go tumbling across the ground, scrambling to look up. That was... I glance back at where I'd just been running. The ground is on fire. The dark mud spreading over the lake is steaming. It's like a dark carpet. The mud coils and lunges at me, snapping like a whip. It leaves a searing welt on the ground. Yep. These are the same lines. Better than saying honey. Damn fake priest. Ready to position myself, keeping an eye on the lake. No closer to Kotomene. Looks like he's gonna keep me 10 meters away. The mighty tentacle seems to be able to stretch endlessly. Blows no matter how far I retreat, and it's not the only one. Are you ready to face me? Good. I'm pleased. Had you just walked away, I would have had no way to kill you, but if you desire to fight, I have no issue. I am, after all, a humble servant of God and could never kill one seeking salvation or aid. Do you even hear yourself? I don't think that quite fits for a guy who has no problem attacking someone while their back's turned. He's probably remembering what happened with Lancer when I say that. Kotomene laughs as if impressed. Yes, I got rather fed up with you at that point. We didn't put this off any longer. To be honest, Shiro Emiya, I had hopes for you. On the night Rin brought you to the church, I even felt the hand of fate at work. You had no idea the joy I felt when I learned you were Kiritsugu's son, and so like him as well. 10 years ago, I didn't get my wish. I never expected to get my revenge on Kiritsugu like this. Tentacle twists towards me. It looms over the lake, its sickle-shaped head like a dark serpent. I bite my lip. I'm in about the worst situation here. More and more tentacles emerge from the lake. I'm not sure how much longer I can even survive, to say nothing of getting near Kotomene. You obviously have no chance of winning. The gap in our experience is considerable. Okay, yep, that's a similar line. Or same line, rather. The priest raises his hand, stares at the heavens, conduct an orchestra. Put your life on the line, maybe then you'll be able to reach me. Serpent surges forward. Okay, now we're switching to Seba and Gil. Sparks fly in all directions. The Golden Knight steps back, evading a series of savage attacks executed with astonishing skill. She must have seen an opening. Saber twists away from a short sword fired at her and takes a step toward the enemy. Her shout tears through space. Her sword strikes like a comet. She presses the attack on the Golden Knight. He stumbles backward, overwhelmed by her skill and tenacity. Her sword dances. So titanic is the strength behind her. Every blow, each could shatter boulders, smash down the walls of even the most impregnable fortress. And yet, myriad of deadly weapons appearing from behind her enemy turn aside every strike. So annoying. Gilgamesh slips back from the onslaught, another sword in his hand. It's easy enough for her to repel his strikes, but she can't meet his attacks directly. Each of the enemy's weapons has abilities she simply doesn't know. Being struck by a weapon and not knowing what it might do is suicide. Saber steps away from her cornered enemy to compose herself. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, is not at all troubled and picks himself up. You're nothing if not persistent, woman. Can you not see how futile all this is? Gilgamesh shows no signs of fatigue. To him, this battle is merely a bit of entertainment. He can't very well feel nervous or tired when he knows with perfect certainty that he will win. And it is another matter entirely for Saber. She knows that her only shot at victory is now. Before her enemy starts taking things this seriously, she needs to defeat Gilgamesh before he can use Ea, or she will lose. And so, even knowing that it may be impossible, she does not relent in her onslaught, giving no thoughts of her stamina. This isn't the first time she's cornered her enemy, or the second, but she's never been able to break through with this wall of noble phantasms. Do you need to keep going? It's all fine and good to be loyal to your lord, but surely even that has limits. Kotomene must have killed the mongrel by now. You have no reason to keep fighting. My master's still alive. Shiro will not fall to a master like that man. It's only a matter of time. You do not know the true nature of the Holy Grail. Even I have trouble handling that thing. The boy won't last a minute against it. You have no hope of besting me, just as the child has no hope of besting Kotomene. You have mistaken your roles. Were you facing the Holy Grail now, the battle would have been yours. There is no amusement in his golden eyes. He's serious. But that's wrong. To Saber, the choice itself was a mistake. Nonsense. This was the correct choice. You will no more defeat me than the corpse of a man will defeat Shiro. How the mighty king of heroes has fallen, hoping for what has yet to take place. Oh, so you still have strength enough for such impudence, do you? The air around Gilgamesh twists and distorts. More and more noble phantasms appear behind him. Here he comes. She adjusts her grip on her sacred sword. In truth, there is a way. There is only one way to defeat that Golden Knight. But in order to do so, for her plan to succeed, certain conditions must be met. Even if she takes out Ea, he will still be able to defend against her attack if he has any energy left. She would also have to take Ea head-on again to make sure it is even possible to defeat. Take another strike from Ea. That's preposterous. Even with my sheath returned, I could not possibly survive that attack. But there's no other way to win. Excuse me. It's just a matter of how to spin that thin thread of hope into real victory. Normally her intuition would show her the best route, and she would act in accordance with what she sees. But that intuition is no help now. Perhaps her chances for victory are so slim that her intuition cannot show her the path. But she still has to fight. She has to keep fighting for Shiro, who surrendered his own defense by returning the sheath to her. She cannot let this man defeat her. It appears that to convince you, I must confront you with absolute defeat. Even more weapons appear behind Gilgamesh. Every single one aims towards Saber without moving without Gilgamesh even touching them. Before, only the hilts were visible, but now the blades emerge, awaiting their master's command. This is the way knights should fight. Gilgamesh was never a swordsman. His many noble phantasms are deployed within space and time and space, and become bullets under their master's command. This is why he's an archer. He's the strongest in that regard. Dodge these if you can. If you're lucky, they'll only impale your limbs. With a single command, a rain of swords descends on her with godlike speed. Each of these then possesses its own special, fatal power. She evades every single one as if gracefully slipping between falling leaves. A sword from the front, a spear from the left, pole arms from above and below, three-pronged sword sweeping at her in an arc. Hammer larger even than her, streaks toward her like a meteor. She blocks, parries, dodges, then twists away from the final attack. Saber's breathing is labored, and she struggles to regain her ground after being put on the back foot. At that moment, she sees something behind her enemy. Behind Gilgamesh, 47 noble phantasms are already deployed at the ready. She leaps with all her might. As if to prevent her from escaping, a flurry of noble phantasms race toward her, tearing up the earth. A torrent of noble phantasms slam into the ground one after another. Her armor is shattered, her gauntlet splits open, and even her greaves are impaled. She manages to avoid sustaining any fatal wounds, but in that moment she sees something even worse. Beyond the rain of noble phantasms, as if to finish off the exhausted prey, the King of Heroes draws his favored sword. Saber lets gravity carry her back to the ground. She lands hard and immediately pours magical energy into her sword, but she isn't sure she can make it in time. The wind howls, the blade of light emerges, and she raises her sword without waiting for the wind to finish unraveling. So much for a shattered gauntlet. She doesn't bother deflecting the rain of noble phantasms. She simply swings her sacred sword with all her might and all the swiftness she can muster. She's too late. Gilgamesh sweeps his other noble phantasms aside and swings Ea. Let me guess. Flashback to Shiro. Yeah! I try to kick away the mud clinging to my ankles. My clothes are burnt and my skin is exposed. I jump away from the lunging tentacle. I can't feel my mud-coated right ankle, and I wasn't... Okay, that's the same line. Yep, same line. Jump in another direction to avoid the mud's relentless attacks. Beside me, I heard a splash. Scent of burning earth wakes my dizzy head, and I push myself back to my feet. A burning sensation sears its way down my back. The hell? I shake it off and jump to the closest clear ground. The mud's pursuit relents. I can no longer see any of the black mud that surrounded me. I bite my lip. I dodged and rolled all over the place, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I'm right back here. Same line. At least he hasn't shown broken my spirit. He's not moved at all, just watching me running around. No matter how many deep breaths, heart won't stop pounding, warning me it's the limit. It needs rest, heart is ready to burst. If I don't rest, how abruptly it's the beginning of my chest. It's all jumping. Same line. Same line. Same line. Same line. Same line. Giving up, say so. Moment speaks. Yep, tidal wave of mud again. Look up just in time to dodge. Mud itself isn't bad. Same line. Come on, give me some new lines for Shiro and Kotamine. Get away. There's no time to rest. I'm not going to be able to reuse my projection. Requires me to form an image from the very beginning, so I need at least a full minute of concentration. If I give him an opening like that, the only thing left to me will be smoking bones. Everywhere the mud touches, I go numb. At least it's not painful, but if that mud covers my entire body, I might not even know whether I'm dead or alive. If that happens, I'm a goner. I'd melt away, bones and all. Can only run. Now it's only a matter of time until I run out of steam, but I have to keep running for now. No chance of reaching him while all I do is avoiding the mud. The mud pours like a waterfall behind him, so trying that way isn't an option either. If I'm gonna have any chance of getting him, I have to do something about the mud. Can't believe it. I come down, tell him to trip again. Stares down, piece of trash, finger at me. Get up, try to get up, fall again. Fall, fall. Snake pursuit me. Still fall. Why? Black mud splashes over the back of my neck. Why? Now that I look closer, right leg is entirely black. This ends here. Expected this to be more entertaining, but you are Kiritsugu's son. What a disappointment you turned out to be. I look up. I'm still conscious. My wrists and neck are bound in chains of mud, but I can still feel my body. Why don't you finish me off? Soon, but that would be in poor taste. You're Kiritsugu's shadow, so the debt he owes me from 10 years ago will be repaid with your debt. My skin burns where the mud touches it. Feels like acid is seeping from my pores. Grit my teeth, trying to endure the pain, and check my right leg. It's completely black. I can't feel it, and it won't move. I either need to get this mud out of me, or pour magical energy through the affected areas to push out the coagulated blood. Either way, the moment I try to move my right leg, I'll probably tear off every muscle in it. Fine, I don't care, but why do you hate Kiritsugu so much? Did him destroying the Holy Grail get to you that much? Oh, it's nothing serious. My hatred stems from our kinship. Everything he did struck a nerve. It's not unlike your feelings of disgust for me. Cut the crap. Don't you say that Kiritsugu and you are similar. I see. I suppose saying that would enrage you, yes. He was such a virtuous man, letting someone like me go. Even after I caused the Great Fire, he only bothered to defeat me, not kill me. And now you know what a mistake that was. If only you had killed me, those orphans would be living peaceful lives as we speak. You. You know there's no retort to that. I find it unpalatable as well, though. As ruthless a mage as him showing compassion and helping his enemy, I find it offensive. That story again. She told me before that Kiritsugu was a first-class mage and he would do anything to accomplish his goals. But then... that was not his mistake. His mistake was thinking that the war would end with the destruction of the Holy Grail. He never told you anything because his foolish optimism. He believed the Holy Grail war had ended and his life had come to an end, as the curse ate away at him. What a fool he was. He cursed himself and let me go, and then died only a few years later. He believed he accomplished something. He believed he ended the Holy Grail war. Deluded fool. You. Hold on. Does that mean he died because of Kotomine? What did the peaceful face What did the peaceful face he had on the night of his death mean? Oh yes, let me ask you one last thing. Tell me of Kiritsugu's final moments. Did he pass on something to you, his son? Did he croak satisfactorily? Utter cretin. He accomplished nothing at all and simply put all the responsibilities on you. I bet his death was absolutely comical. Shut the fuck up. I kick at the ground. I force my leg to move, flooding it with magical energy. Muscles tear, but I ignored as I lunged on all fours like a wild animal. Good. There's the ferocity I expected. Kotomine holds his hand over the waterfall behind him. I don't know what he's thinking. That cascade of mud is a curse so dense it can be seen. It would be fair to call that mass of magical energy meant only to destroy people. There's no room to modify it to change its shape. Anyone who touches that mud will be contaminated by its potent curse and then dissolve as if the stuff were digesting them. Which means... pain and fear felt in those dying moments lingers as the magic energy becoming the next curse to seek out the living. Whoever touches that stuff will die. Any who touch it will die unless they can get the mud out of themselves. Even so, the priest sticks his hand into the waterfall, smiling. Next time for your reward, you shall die in the same manner as Kiritsugu. He fills his hand with darkness. I know instinctively that this will be different than before. A flash of light illuminates the world. The moment I realize it's the light of Saber's noble phantasm. Angramanyu. The priest's words plunge the world into darkness. She'd been blinded by light a moment ago, but now she cast into the darkness. If she had been conscious, she would have seen that it was a black polar light. The darkness was momentary, but it was not darkness. It was a swarm of tiny curses. The darkness sweeps her body away, and the discomfort jolts her to wakefulness. I sigh. The first thing her returning consciousness brings her is pain. Whatever parts of her were not protected by her armor are horribly burned, and her flesh has been brutally savaged by blades of all sorts. She's a dismal sight. I see, so I have... Ea defeated her. Gilgamesh unleashed his noble phantasm, and she could not defend against so many. Then Ea struck her. She barely managed to deflect it with Excalibur, but the damage to her body was too severe. Her wounds heal on their own without using magical energy, but even the projection of the sacred sword sheath is unable to return her to full health in an instant. And then... This is it, Saber. Hope you're not refusing to admit defeat, even in this state. Gilgamesh walks forward, not a scratch on his armor. Saber lays on the ground, looking up at her enemy. There's nothing she can do right now. Nothing to stop him from doing whatever he likes with her now. What was that light? Despite the situation, Saber is more concerned about the light. The flash of light. That deep darkness that welled up from within the far side of the temple and for a moment covered the world itself. She doesn't want to think about it, but that darkness might have been aimed at Shiro. That light just now, it's the curse. Kotomene must have summoned it straight from the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail apparently holds within it something capable of cursing the entire world. The pollution we've seen so far is nothing more than residue leaking from the Grail. And now it seems the main body has emerged. Your master's dead. That can't be. Saber wills her body to move. But she knows she can't. She can't just lay down, though. Lies. Shiro is still alive. She can still feel her connection with her master. It's weak like the faint embers of a fire on the verge of going out, but Shiro is still alive. She has to keep going. If he fights something unheard of or incomprehensible, he will be no match for it. Saber clings to that faint warmth and wills herself to move. But it's useless. Even the sacred sword sheath needs a few more minutes to restore her. It's too late. Stay here, Saber. No matter what you do, the Holy Grail will soon overflow. It will be a repeat of 10 years ago. This time, though, the ritual is for you rather than me. The Golden Knight smiles as he turns his gaze up to the burning red sky. Rejoice, Saber. Once the contents of the Grail rain down upon you, you will become like me. You will gain flesh in this world and enjoy your second life. Of course, you may not retain your sanity as I have. Saber looks up at him, bewildered. She can sense the immensity of the curse. It is a magnificent cluster of magical energy. With so much power, any magecraft would be possible. Were caster wielded, the possibilities would be endless. But it's a double-edged sword. It curses humans and only humans. Even heroic spirits would not be able to remain themselves after coming into contact with that curse. As long as they're human spirits! That's when she realizes. Gilgamesh. A decade ago, that corruption even swallowed the most ancient king of heroes, then. Do not tell me you... He's gone mad. Oh, do you think so, King of Knights? Gilgamesh looks down at Saber, laughing merrily. It's strangely out of character for him, but seems somehow appropriate. Do not underestimate me. How could I call myself a hero if I could not drink up something so paltry as a curse? All the world's evil? Nowhere near potent enough to contaminate my glorious self. Listen, Saber, a hero shoulders the weight of all humanity. And I did that aeons ago. Hearing those words, Saber gasps. She knows in that moment she will never understand this heroic spirit. His unthinkable arrogance, the staggering ego leading him to believe heaven and earth exist only for him, his ruthless choices that bear no regard to any but himself. All these things are completely opposite to her own belief of what it is to be king. But he was a king. Even Saber cannot deny that. No other servant than Gilgamesh could have retained their sense of self after being bathed in that immensely powerful curse. Forcing you to swallow the mud may be entertaining, but once you lose your mind, my fun will be over. Let's resolve to be married before that happens. You're unbelievable. Oh, do you dislike such rough treatment? I do not even see what is happening here. Does he have her by the waist or something? You'd best get used to it. I do not believe in restraint when it comes to women or food. I devour both as I please. Saber glares up at Gilgamesh as she hangs upside down. So you're acting out a sense of duty to your master as a servant. Pathetic. I can't believe you gave him your body and soul simply because of the constraints of the command spells placed upon you. No, you must understand, Gilgamesh. I do not obey anyone. That is a freedom I never had. So you're saying you'll not be mine no matter what? His red eyes rake over Saber. They're entirely devoid of human emotion. If she disobeys, he will kill her, no matter how attached he may be to something. If it does not obey him, he will simply destroy it. That is simply how Gilgamesh sees the world. Saber doesn't look away, she simply glares hatefully at Gilgamesh. I'll never be anyone's possession. I belong to my nation. I'm a king before I am a woman. She's saying this She's not saying this to anyone in particular. She's simply expressing the tiny warmth still within her heart. Listen to you. Don't make me laugh, Saber. A country is simply one of the king's possessions. If he cannot rule everything, a transcendent being like a king serves no purpose. Honestly, King Arthur, it's no wonder your own country turned on you. The Golden Knight mocks her for her naivete. Her heart is set now. You're correct, but listen, King of Heroes. Your arrogance is what destroyed your country. Such fierce spirit. Saber twists her entire body, using the leverage to kick Gilgamesh in the face with her free leg. Ah, so he had her by the leg. Gilgamesh releases her. She stretches her arms out and arrests her fall, then springs upward. You dare kick a man? It seems you really do require discipline, Saber. She closes her eyes and looks within herself. It's no wonder your own country turned on you. It's not news to her. Since her summon as a Saber, she's been hearing those words over and over and over. It's different with him. He grew angry with her as if it had been about him, but he also thought her actions were worthy of pride. She knows what she must do. Even if she has no hope of victory, she cannot stop here. She needs to do something while she can still feel that warmth inside of her. She has to get to her master as fast as she can. She's about 8 meters from Gilgamesh. She positions herself at the ideal distance for intercepting an attack, which she's just experienced firsthand. Her body won't move in the way she wants it to. She can barely grip her sword, and her legs are barely able to hold her weight. Even a weak blow would be too much for her now. Excuse me. But she shows neither weakness nor hesitation. Let me ask you one thing. Even Gilgamesh feels he has to prepare himself. The Golden Knight readies Ea, his eyes on his opponent. Excuse me. Are you quite insane? Saber doesn't answer. But her determination is there to see in her eyes. Fine, then I will not hold back. The air itself roars. Ea, the sword of rupture from ancient Mesopotamia, is said to have divided the heaven and earth to create the world. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, readies his supreme sword to finally put an end to his enemy. The atmospheric vortex it creates, the sheer quantity of converging magical energy, far exceeds Saber's Excalibur. Be gone. You're no more than an eyesore now, woman. Gilgamesh raises his sword. Saber mirrors the movement in perfect synchronization. Their eyes meet for an instant. Gilgamesh flourishes his sword. But Saber's sword falls to the ground useless. She lacks the strength to activate her noble phantasm. The light which can sever all things bursts through her. Unable to do anything, she's swallowed up by the light. The moment I'm engulfed in darkness, hell itself is imprinted on my mind. The 5 starting penalties: life, body, imprisonment, humiliation, and finance. Let the myriad of sins, mud, darkness, and malice continue to surround and punish all. Eliminate human rights through decapitation, exile, and repression. Let the body descend into a state of torment and debauchery. Eliminate group consensus by forfeiting honor. Die. Ridicule through greed and arbitrary decisions that freeze assets and property. Imprisonment, fines, and death penalty. Crimes committed in the name of personal grudges. Crimes committed to satisfy selfish desires. Crimes committed unconsciously, proclaiming self-consciousness. Civil disturbances, solicitation, fraud, theft, robbery, kidnapping, self-harm, violence, arson, bombing, infringement, manslaughter, group violence, professional negligence, overconfidence. Die. Accidents, accidents, intoxication, cover-ups. Crimes for personal gain, committed in the name of ego, committed in the name of love, committed in the name of virtue, committed for themselves, theft, embezzlement, fraudulent cover-ups, contraband, crime, hate, attack, dirty, you're all dirty, atone, crimes, victims, atone, the world is ruled by non-humans, know your conscience, rectify your sins. Know the penalty of your sins. Herein lie the goodness of man, so plentiful that he is unaware of the totality of what he's exposed to. Know the violence used to cover up the crime. Know the authority that hides the crime. The malignancy of man is here, so rare and so hard to find that it stands out in sharp relief. 100 benign, 1 malignant, to balance it out. The malignant shines strong and reigns as a mighty and vicious evil to compete with the benign masses. The 5 starting penalties. For you. Many for you. Solicitation. Okay. They're just dirty, you're all dirty. Atone, violence, crimes, violence, atone, die to atone. Okay, yeah, definitely getting an epilepsy warning. I need to put epilepsy warning in this somehow. My brain's going to explode. Mud's eating away at my body does not peel off. It mercilessly robs me of warmth. I feel the horrible curse crushing all my senses, crushing me. Darkness I can't look at directly. Ugliness I can't acknowledge. Crimes I want to run from. All man's sins. I'm gonna die. Anyone caught in this darkness wouldn't be able to resist letting it devour them, just from the sheer pain and disgust. But Kotomine said it once. This curse is what killed Kiritsugu. That's enough to banish the darkness. Heat returns to my body. Blood rushes through me, wounded as I am, and helps me get back to my feet. And why not? I mean, Kiritsugu Amiya shouldered all this for years. Did he die his own wishes unfulfilled because the voices never stopped screaming at him to atone? He said he wanted to be a champion of justice. He ran around like an idiot trying to be useful to someone, and in the end, nobody let him do what he wanted to do. Even so, he still pursued something, the ideals he'd given up on. And then in the end, the words of some silly kid lifted a burden from him, and he finally let himself believe that everything would be okay. I have to stand up. I said I was going to take his place and carry on his dream. If I really am the son of Kiritsugu Amiya, the champion of justice, I can't let the bad guy beat me. Tosaka told me. I need to win even if it kills me. Saber told me. Kotomine is the enemy I have to defeat. Even Kotomine said, if I'm going to fight, I should put my life on the line. That's right. What can I put on the line here if not my life? I don't have anything else to offer anyway. I desperately leap out of the mass of black mud. I can hear surprise. My throat is burning. Every breath is like swallowing glass. I don't care. Tears of frustration stream down my face. I might just burst from sheer anger before the curse can tear me apart. Impossible. Have you truly just shaken the curse off? I push my body, forcing it to run. One hand goes behind my back. I grip the dagger I've been concealing this whole time. Unbelievable. You managed to escape, and your next action is so pathetically foolish. I suppose you simply must have run out of ideas. Shut your damn mouth. I never had a plan in the first place. I run. Kotomine sticks his hand into the waterfall behind him and draws out another lump of darkness. Then you can follow your servant. That light you saw earlier was Saber's defeat. You have no one to help you now. There's no more hesitation now. If I get my hands on Kotomine, he will regret what he just said more than anything else. I still have a command spell in my left hand. I don't know if I'm alive or dead, but that is the proof. I can feel the truth of it. As long as I still have my command spell, Saber's still with me. If she's still here, she must have defeated Gilgamesh and be headed to me right now. And if I don't greet her with open arms when that happens, I know her enough to know she'll be mad. So I'm going to beat you here and now to fulfill the promise I made to her. Darkness closes in on me. Kotomine releases a giant mass of curse. My body begins to crumble, starting with the extremities. I won't look away. If this is my role, I'm not done yet. The fault line splits space itself. With a flash of light and a roar of wind, Ayat releases a vortex of pure destruction. The sheer intensity prevents Saber from using her own noble phantasm, so she lowers her sword and lets herself sway as if collapsing. The light draws near. Saber's too injured to dodge, and there's no shield capable of defending against Aya's attack. That furious dance of lightning can only annihilate everything in its path. Excuse me. Nothing can stand up to Aya. It's an immutable fact. Both of them knew it to be true a few hours ago. For once, that astonished cry comes not from Saber, but from the Golden Knight wielding Aya. It continues to unleash its torrent of magical energy, unleashing a ravening beam of destruction. That Saber is on her feet, stepping into the light of Aya's power. Her silver armor screams, cracks splinter every layer of magical energy protecting her. With not a second to lose, she closes the gap between herself and Gilgamesh. counter Aya's destruction, Saber releases every drop of power at her command. Searching heat scorches the earth in all directions in a brilliant flash of light. Searching heat? That's a weird phrasing. Two titanically powerful swords clash, their power so vast it creates visible blur as the two struggle against each other. But is it all for nothing? Excalibur cannot beat Aya. Even if Saber risks her life and attacks without concern for the consequences, she can only push back just the smallest bit. The scales tilt in favor of Aya and Excalibur's light weakens, pushing Saber back. So you have lost your mind, Saber. The Golden Knight draws Aya back, but sees the enemy's renewed relentless advance, so pours yet more magical energy into Aya. There is no turning back now. All there is to do is to use his full power to utterly annihilate Saber. Aya's segments spin faster, 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 reaching their maximum speed, and the light that envelops Saber cuts Excalibur down. But in the instant before that happened, Saber charges. A tiny opening created by Excalibur's power allows her to take a single step closer. In the instant she reaches that space, her noble phantasm appears. Darkness buffets Shiro as if he were caught in a wind tunnel. There is no avoiding or deflecting darkness that coats space itself. Though swallowed by darkness, can only be consumed by it. He's corroding from the fingertips inward. His legs kick the air as if swimming. His outstretched arms are swallowed up in the black mud. His vision fails him. It's like being erased. He feels himself shrinking, but he refuses to die. He tries to not look away, pours every ounce of strength he has into resisting. He fights the darkness covering him, the pain trying to melt his body, and the curse trying to dissolve his mind. It's all in vain. No human could resist this corruption. And yet he continues to move. His arm is still raised, held out, trying to grab something. But his heart is already broken. His thoughts are smothered in darkness, and soon will consume him. But in that moment... You are my... Why did you remember that voice? A light in the darkness. The moment he realizes it's that light, everything runs in reverse. The switch flips. His thoughts gain speed, creating crackling sparks and form the shape with astonishing speed. He murmurs the spell to begin projection. At that instant, it's complete, skipping every step of the manufacturing process. He didn't need to reproduce it from scratch. The shape had already been engraved onto his very soul. It had been part of Shiro Amiya for so long that he'd perfectly memorized it. You are my sheath. His fingertips desperately reaching, move again. They grab hold of the object he created without concentration or spellcasting. The world turns on its head, darkness eradicated by golden light, and Shiro's grasp duplicated flawlessly is Saber's sheath. And so, as a destroying light burns away everything in its path, Saber releases her own noble phantasm. Avalon. What? What appears before her is without question the sacred sword's sheath. The mystics which shroud it are unknown, but the sheath repels Aya's light. No, this is beyond simply defending its wielder. Instead, it cuts her off completely. The wall that keeps the filth of the outside world from the fairyland, a world that cannot be reached, forever isolated from the rest of the world. Saber is protected by the sheath of the sacred sword, and for a moment she exists apart from all reason and logic in this world. It is the greatest protection in the world. Nothing, not even the 5 magics, can pierce this perfect defense. And so the sheath is named Avalon. Avalon is the place King Arthur is said to have gone after dying, the utopia the king dreamed of but could not yet reach. Gilgamesh sees the Grim Reaper raising its scythe. But it's too late. Aya won't stop rotating and Gilgamesh can't retreat. How could he? Who could have ever believed an attack with so much magical energy, such an unimaginable power, could ever be blocked? How dare you stop with such a petty trick? A streak of blue surges forward. Saber's armor is gone. She shed her armor so she can use its magical energy to infuse in her sword. Avalon protect. And Excalibur attack. That is one expression. That is an expression. Hey, that's where he gets his down hairdo from. From being sliced in half by Excalibur. And then Shiro's Excalibur, The moment he Shiro's Avalon. The moment he takes the sheath, the darkness is dispelled. The darkness surrounding Shiro Emiya, the darkness that contaminated his body, fades all at once. Impossible. But this should come as no surprise. The sacred sword's sheath protects its owner. That filthy mud could not possibly destroy the embodiment of the utopia the girl sought. He runs. In the instant the darkness is dispelled, he moves with all the speed of a comet. Projection. Who the hell are you? The priest shows assured of his own strength, and the boy who could afford no such arrogance face off. In but an instant, that instant decides the battle. Shiro Emiya runs, sometimes stumbling onto the floors. In one hand he holds a dagger. He scrambles forward on his hands and knees toward the priest. Shiro doesn't stop. He thrusts the dagger of retribution into the priest's chest. The priest turns slowly, before he can leave. Shiro steps down on one foot to ground himself and turns in a circle using the momentum of his dash. He inverts himself like a top and floods his left hand with magical energy. And like a whirlwind. Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. Ah, he activated the spell. His magical energy pours into the Azoth blade, along with the word to trigger its release. Bye-bye the temple behind you. That temple should be destroyed. New servant data added. Seba? About Avalon, I'm guessing. Yep. Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. Rank EX, type barrier, protects one person. The ability of Excalibur's sheath, the third noble phantasm that was lost. The sheath of the Holy Sword was excavated in Cornwall by Einsburn and returned to its owner across the ages. In the legend of King Arthur, the true ability of the Holy Sword is the power of immortality that comes from its sheath. It has the ability to heal its owner's wounds and stop aging, but in actuality, it is what can be referred to as a mobile fortress that targets an individual. By unsheathing it and putting oneself in the home of fairies, one can shut out any physical interference. It can even prevent interference from parallel worlds. An example of true magic. Saber swings her golden sword. She must not have had the energy to push herself back up. She keeps her sword down, head down. Gilgamesh stares wide-eyed at the knight as she cuts him in half. In the silence after, the wind whispers through the compound. There remains not a trace of the light that had flooded the area seconds ago. The two knights do not exchange words, they simply stand, facing each other as the battle ends. Gilgamesh sighs. He lifts a hand and traces a finger along her cheek as if to check the knight. Such an impudent woman. You oppose me to the very end. His golden armor begins to fade. The bloody king of heroes starts to disappear. But I shall forgive you. Some things are beautiful precisely because they are unattainable. His finger slips away from her. The arm he'd raised to touch her falls weakly. I suppose it was inevitable then that I would have lost to you. He clicks his tongue in displeasure. And then at the end, farewell, King of Knights. It was certainly entertaining. He smiles ironically and vanishes. Pale blue sparks flicker across the priest's form. They spread in all directions from where the dagger protrudes from his chest. No flesh falls away and no sign of bleeding. Even so, the battle comes to an end. He's not even looking at me. Instead, he stares down at the dagger in his chest in confusion. The wind is blowing. A gust of wind blows from the hollow overhead, muffling the sound around him. And the silence that follows. Why do you have that sword? Kotomene's voice is low, mumbling. It's not mine. Tosaka lent it to me. Not sure how long he was thinking. He takes a deep breath and finally moves, having been motionless from the moment I charged and impaled him with the blade. I see, I once gave it to some girl as a gift maybe 10 years ago. No wonder I've gotten so weak. Kotomene collapses. I watch it all unfold. Even on the brink of death, he spoke of himself as if he were talking about someone else. Finally, the priest sinks into that which he summoned, the very thing he wished for. That's not good. He could get a wish. And that is the end of Kirei Kotomene. The true end of a long battle. My throat is parched. With the enemy defeated, only one task remains. This has been going on for a long time, guys. The dark hollow in the sky. The mud has stopped pouring from it, but that eerie void continues to quicken. It's the Holy Grail. The omnipotent Grail said to be given to the winner of this war. The wind howls. With Kotomene gone, the power blinding Ilya vanishes. She's been released from the hollow and now she sleeps beside me. She doesn't seem to be in danger of dying. She'll probably wake up after we go home and have Tosaka look her over. But her lifespan is limited. The war has ended. No one else will get hurt. We won't have to lose anyone else now. No more masters, and the servants will disappear now that their roles are over. I knew this was going to happen. I claimed those long stares with her earlier. We've already said our goodbyes. All that's left is to bring the curtain down on this whole war. I look up at the hollow and wait, my heart as empty as that void. And then she appears. She walks straight toward me, looking no different than when we first met. She stops once we're close enough to touch each other. I neither ask about each other's well-being nor offer any congratulations. This has already been decided. There's only one thing left to do. I will destroy the Holy Grail. That is my role. Saber starts walking forward. The strong winds coming from the hollow do not deter her. She approaches one step at a time. She's within range. She quietly readies her sword and looks up at the black hollow. I just watch from where I stand. I clench my fists so hard they bleed. I bite my lip and I try to hold back the feelings, fighting for expression. I try to burn the image of her into my mind. And then, your order, please. Without your order, I cannot destroy that thing. Her back is still to me. She tells me to use my final command spell. When the Holy Grail is destroyed, Saber will disappear. No, since Saber will destroy the Holy Grail with her own hand, she won't have to become a counter-guardian. She only became a counter-guardian because she sought the Holy Grail. Destroying the Holy Grail should also void her contract, since she will have chosen to do it. The moment she destroys the Holy Grail, her life will end, but she will remain the king forever. Shiro, I would like to hear it from your own lips. I hear Saber. Every time I hear her voice, I want to scream. I want to tell her not to go. I want to scream my real, honest desire. I want her to stay. And yet, I can't ever say that. I love Saber. I want her to be happy more than anything else, and I want to be with her forever. But if I really love her, that's not what I should be doing. I love Saber for fighting her hardest, even when she was wounded. She gave up everything, and while she was torn apart, she still held on to her conviction, even to the very end. If I think this is beautiful, if I think this is something worth protecting, then I can't destroy everything she stood for just for my own happiness. She was born a king, and that's how she lived. Nothing can change that. From the moment she drew the sword and made her vow, she was a king. Nothing else. This is her conviction. She's fought her battles till the very end, believing she was doing the right thing. Dream of a young girl named Artoria. She abandoned her own life and chose to be king. She chose to fight. Even when she was told that everything she does will go unrewarded, she still wielded her sword and kept her vow as a king. That lasted for many years. I can't do anything to tarnish the pride that she held to her final moments. Fulfill your duty, please. My voice is heavy with emotion. Light flares around us. The brilliant ray cuts the hollow in front of us in half, leaving no trace of it. Nothing remains. The mountain summit has been blasted away, leaving only smoldering wasteland behind. In the distance, the first rays of dawn light the sky. A glimmer of gold peeks over the horizon. My left hand hurts. The final command spell disappears. And then, I accept that it is finally over. So it has come to an end. Yeah, this is the end. There's nothing left. I see that our contract has ended. I was your sword. I defeated your enemies and protected you. I'm glad I could keep that pledge. Yeah, you did well, Saber. I don't know what else to say. Saber's far away. I don't try to run to her. The sun rises. The wind starts to pick up. A golden glimmer shines, seeming to last forever. In it, there's one thing I must tell you. I can hear the determination in her voice. Yeah? What is it? I try to at least sound strong. She sways. She turns. She looks straight at me and says, her voice clear, I love you, Shiro. She said it. The wind blows over the mountaintop. For a moment I close my eyes, blinded by the morning sun. Then I open them again. And she's gone. I don't think I was surprised. I just had a feeling. Our goodbye was always going to be like this. All I see is the wasteland. Saber is gone, carried off by the gusting wind. Just like when she appeared, she left with grace, without a trace. That's so like you. There are no regrets in my voice. Every memory, both of what I've lost and what I've gained, remains in my heart. I'll keep them there. Forever. I look at the rising sun, hoping I never forget any of this, that none of it fades from my mind for a long time to come. I watch the morning glow spreading over the distant land below. It reminds me of the golden fields she fought on. Hang on. Oh wow, I didn't even need to keep pressing buttons. Okay, I'm going to be right back. We're going to do the epilogue here, and we're going to end, but I need to take care of something really quickly, so I will be right back. So, don't, actually, can I pause things here? Can I just, actually, it doesn't look like, okay, it's not going to move until I press the spacebar button, so just stay on that screen for a minute, okay? Yeah. Got headphones on, so people can listen. I'm back. Did not miss anything. Press the spacebar. There we go. It will continue. The epilogue at long last. Oh, this has been such a long stream. I hear a creaking sound. It's the old, heavy, rusted door of the shed opening. The shed opening. Light pours in through the crack in the door. ... It's enough to wake me up. Are you awake? I don't even need to look to know who's approaching. Must be that time already. Take a deep breath and open my eyes. Sakura. Morning, Senpai. It's time already. See that? Morning, Sakura. Thanks for waking me up. It's nothing. I know you'd wake up anyway, so I didn't need to do anything. Got it. So how come you come all the way out here to wake me up? It's no trouble. Just wanted to wake you up this morning, so I woke up half an hour earlier than usual. Today is a special day, after all. Hey, G6, welcome back. You've been quiet for a while if you've been lurking. But we're finally at the epilogue. And I'm exhausted. I've been going for so long. Then I remember. That's right, it is a special day. I don't think I even asked, but Fujini's not here yet, right? No, Miss Fujimura's not here yet. Oh, but Ilya's already here. I knew it. If Ilya's here, then that can only mean one thing. Sorry, Sakura, but I need you to take care of breakfast this morning. I'm gonna go and wake Fujini up. Okay, good idea, Senpai. Poor Sakura. You know, in this route, Shinji might be dead, and the Holy Grail destroyed. We have no idea what's happened with her grandfather. But Shiro is now in a committed long-distance relationship, with Seiba. Luckily, I was up late last night, so I'm still in my work clothes. I'm glad I don't need to change to head out. I'll be back in 10 minutes. You're in charge of the house until then. Yes, you can count on me. Hey, Shiro's awake. Yeah, I just woke up. I'm gonna go wake Fujini up, so go help Sakura with breakfast. I pat Ilya on the shoulder and head to the front entrance. She beat me to it. I was gonna wake up Shiro Sakura. Ilya fumes at Sakura as she stomps over to the shed. This sort of thing is hardly unusual anymore. She said she wasn't going to return to her home country, so I talked to Fujini about taking her in. She was vehemently opposed and suggested she would take in Ilya at her house. Since then, Ilya's been staying at the Fujimura house, and of course she's been coming over with Fujini mornings and nights. It goes without saying that they're coming for breakfast and dinner. Two have been living together for 2 months now, and they're practically joined at the hip. But Ilya's his sister. Gosh. Fujini, why are you not letting Shiro spend time with his sister? When I pass near the shed wall, I hear Sakura and Ilya talking. Ilya is pretty blunt, so I thought she wouldn't get along with Sakura, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They're like an odd couple. Ilya is energetic, while Sakura is more laid back. It seems like they get along in spite of their differences. In fact, Sakura has regained her usual cheer thanks to Ilya. Ever since Shinji disappeared and was listed as missing, she stopped smiling. She must have sensed that he had something to do with the mass coma incident at school. Fretting over Shinji, Sakura shut herself away. It was Ilya who forced her to get over it, and Sakura is her normal, cheerful self whenever she's with Ilya. Yep, Sakura's smiling again. I'm truly happy about that. Sakura's most herself when she's smiling at that gentle smile of hers. Which we should see next, as Heaven's Feel is the next route I'm going for! Ilya's so mean. I even offered her a little extra pocket money to wake me up, no matter what. Fujini is in tears as she shoves breakfast into her mouth. I had no choice. If I waited for you to wake up, I would be late, and I worked enough to earn my pay. If you want me to work harder, then you should just raise my allowances rather than give me a little extra sometimes. I know you get money from grandfather, too. Why is this child such a miser? Nobody will like you if you're such a stingy at a young age. That's okay, as long as the person I like doesn't think like that. I don't care what anybody else thinks. By the way, Taiga, I want the money you borrowed the other day back. It was payday 5 days ago, right? How do you know that? Raiga told me. I can give you the details of the conversation if you like. Ilya grins wryly. Unlike her more friendly relationship with Sakura, Ilya and Taiga are practically cats and dogs. Ilya gets really mean with Fujini. Even her smile reminds me of a certain someone's smirk. You've got until tomorrow. If you can't pay me back, I'll take it out of your allowance, Taiga. What? I can't believe grandfather told you about that. Yep, I'm with him all day. Raiga even said I'm cuter than you, Taiga. What have you done, Shiro? This girl is the devil. She's going to take over the whole Fujimura group. More importantly, why does a grown woman still get an allowance from her grandfather? I mean, her grandfather's a Yakuza, so, you know. See you later, Shiro. You're coming home early today, right? Then I'll wait here, so come home quick. I'll try. Take care of the house, Ilya. She might as well just live in this house for all I care. Dummy. Fujini sulks as she hides behind my back. Yeah, buck up, Taiga. Don't give Shiro a hard time. Ilya shrugs off Taiga's comment. Looks like Fujini really isn't really in a position to push back against Ilya. I'll go ahead. Don't dawdle and wind up late for school, Shiro. Fujini lets out her engine roar and disappears on like a speeding bullet. She's got her driver license last month. Since then, she's been late for school a lot less often, but she now has a new nickname, Rocket Tiger, or Rocket Driver. She's the only one who doesn't know about it, though. I stretch and take a deep breath. Sakura already left for school. She ate a pretty big bowl of rice this morning, so she must be pretty driven today. Today is a big day for the Kyoto Club. Now that she's the vice captain, Sakura must be really determined and enthusiastic today. I should go to school too. Today is April 7th. Schools are starting the new school year and the season has gone from the cold of winter to spring. It's been 2 months. I feel like a lot has changed since she left, but the changes all seem minor. Winter is over and it's finally spring. That's the only thing that's changed. I might have grown and matured, but I'm not a different person or anything, so not much has changed. Shiro Emi is still clumsy stumbling along in Kiritsugu's footsteps. Morning, Emiya. Fancy running into you in the morning. Hey there. Nice weather we have today, Tosaka. I wave in greeting. But is this really a coincidence? We run into each other almost every day. Well, sure, we never ran into each other other than that before. Sorry, had to press that. Run into each other. Tosaka narrows her eyes and glares at me, unhappy about how I phrased that. I don't think getting angry so early in the morning is good for you. Tosaka, did you start leaving your house early? You always arrived later. You were never early or late to school. That's not true. It was just a coincidence that we never saw each other. Did you know your house and mine are in opposite directions? So if we woke up at a normal time and walked down the hill at the same time, we would naturally meet up here. Huh? That's news to me. Then I guess that's not so surprising. Wait a minute. That's only possible if our daily schedules are the same. For Tosaka to reach this intersection at this hour, she'd have to wake up at 6 in the morning. But that's... You must be exhausted, Tosaka. I just can't come right out and say it. What are you talking about? I'm not tired, and I'm not pushing myself either. Why would you say that? Well, because you're not a morning person. If you go to school while you're half asleep, your goody two-shoes front might collapse. You'd be a goner if you fell asleep in class. If someone woke you up, you'd go berserk, and then they'd see your true terrifying face. Like, who dares stir my slumber kind of terrifying? I would never do something like that. I would never make a mistake like that just because I woke up 30 minutes earlier. Oh, so you did wake up earlier than usual. Oh, come on, it doesn't matter what time I get up. If you have time for trivial questions like that, then get to school. Tosaka huffs and looks away. She has a point, so I'm going to let this go and just resume our walk to school. We walk up the hill. Townscape below has bloomed into a springtime scene. The breeze is pleasant, and the leaves of cherry blossom planted near the school dance on the wind from time to time. It makes me smile. Are you mostly going to your job this week? Not that it matters to me, since it's your time and all, but you're not overworking yourself, are you? No, I got a day off today. Heard the Kyoto Club was holding a welcome party for the new members, so I figured I'd bring Ilya to hang out. Well, you've got guts. You don't even bat an eye at bringing Ilya to school. You're something else. Is that bad? Ilya seemed bored, so I thought this would be a good distraction. It's bad. Anyway, I might swing by too. Hard to be bored with Ilya around, and most of all, it's too dangerous to just ignore this. I'm grateful to hear her say that. Tosaka understands Ilya much better than Sakura or I do. It's not just that she periodically checks on Ilya's health. Tosaka and Ilya are both proper mages. Ilya still doesn't fully understand she needs to hide the fact that she's a mage, so Tosaka's been a great mentor for her in that regard. And so things starting to fall into their respective places. The new priest the church dispatched already repaired most of the damage from the Holy Grail War, and we've more or less gone back into our ordinary lives. There are things lost that we can never get back, yes, but the wounds are slowly healing, and I should be glad knowing that some of the regrets I felt before are slowly fading away. That was unexpected. Tosaka mutters under her breath. She looks at the town, her tone serious. What was unexpected? Well, I thought you'd be depressed. I was worried it would take a while for you to recover from all this. She's talking about the girl who's not with me now. It's been 2 months, and this is the first time we brought up this golden-haired goal. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be able to recover from it either. I was going out of my mind just thinking what might happen afterward. But when it actually did happen, you acted the same as always. You didn't seem depressed, you were even acting like nothing happened the next day. That's when I started to get worried about whether you were really okay or not. Can't really explain it, but it felt like you were going to die in some freak accident the next day or something. Frickin' what? How does me seeming fine end with me dead? Things like that happen. A person just accidentally achieves their lifelong goal, then keels over and dies. Don't they think they don't need to live anymore, a car runs them over, or they just fall down a set of stairs? Heh, that's a little hard to get my head around. Guess she's talking about dying after living a full life, or resting in peace, maybe. That's what I was worried about, what's going to happen. You know, there are times it's more normal to get spectacularly depressed. Would you have comforted me if I got all depressed? Of course not. I would have kicked you in the butt and made you get over it in a day. I was just disappointed I didn't get the chance. She turns away displeased. That's so funny I can't help bursting into laughter. What? Was that funny? No, your tough as nails smile was just so you. It was a relief. We continue walking, enjoying the spring sunshine. The hilly road is long and looks as if it continues into the endless blue sky. Then she brings something else up surprisingly casually. So you don't have any regrets, you know, about Saber being gone? Her eyes are on the sky as she speaks. Yeah, I don't have any regrets. Probably. I'm not trying to put up a front. I even surprised myself with how at peace I sound. Nothing was left unsaid, so I don't regret anything. Everything went into the moment we said goodbye. What I wanted to do. What she dreamed. Maybe we were both stubborn, and maybe I should have grabbed her hand and made her dream come true. But there was something we both felt was beautiful, and we both desperately tried to protect it until the very end. I have no regrets. As she properly ended her time, I can't let myself be stuck in those memories forever. So you've already settled that matter for yourself. So that's why you're not depressed, and you're just going to drown in your memories. Yeah, I still dream about her. I'm going to remember her for the rest of my life. One day, my memories of her will fade and I'll forget her voice and her mannerisms. But still, I'll never forget what happened or that I loved her. Tosaka doesn't say a thing, but for some reason she looks elated. She's practically skipping now. What's going on, Tosaka? What's the rush? Did something happen? Nothing. I just want to get to school quickly. So come on, hurry, Shiro. I'll leave you behind if you're too slow. She turns around and starts to run up the hill. What the hell? Why would she push herself when she's not a morning person? I grumbled and sling my bag onto my shoulder and run to catch up. It's only 7:30 in the morning. It's too early for students who aren't involved in any club activities, but I guess there's nothing wrong with getting to school early. I run up the hilly road that seems to stretch into the sky, and I reach the school earlier than usual. Today is the first day of the school year. If I want to celebrate, I need to shake off old memories. Remnants of my memory will never go away, but I still need to go on even if the emptiness in my heart makes me cry. The blue sky is off in the distance. It feels so close, but even if I reached out, I could never grasp it. I've looked to the stars before. There are unreachable stars and unfulfilled wishes. Nothing of ours remains behind, so someday my memories of her, even the image of her face, will disappear. And yet, even if I can't reach her, something will remain in our hearts. There may be nothing physical left, but we both shared time together, and looked up at the same things. If I can remember that, I can believe that we're still together, even across such a great distance. Some things are bound to disappear, but others never will. So I'm going to keep running. If I push far enough, I might one day reach what I was aiming for. The new beginnings of spring, after the end of a harsh winter. I head up under the hill under the same blue sky she looked up and saw. Not done yet. The battle is over. This is her final battlefield, the battle that split her country in half and ended with the king's victory. Ah, we're flashing to Saber. The knight runs to her. The battle is over. The blood-red sunset has faded, and now the darkness of night covers the battlefield. The hill is littered with corpses and curses. All that resentment tries to drag the survivors down with it. Through it all, the knight runs, breathless. He grips his horse's reins as the wounded white steed does its best to keep up. The knight and the white horse are the only survivors. Draped over the horse's back is the wounded king. Your Majesty, King Arthur, this way. The knight must be wounded himself, but he runs with all his might. The king he serves is on the verge of death. Even after defeating the rival king in single combat, the king sustained a fatal wound. The knight knows there is no hope here. His king will die soon. Please stay with me. If we reach that forest, you shall. He calls desperately to his king. Or perhaps the knight truly believes that his king is immortal. As long as they have the guidance of the sacred sword, the king will never perish. With labored breathing, the knight crosses the mountain of corpses and heads to a forest that has not yet been stained in blood. He knows of the king's immortality, so he believes if he can only escape this cursed battlefield and lead the king somewhere pure, the king's wounds will be healed. Rather, he hopes. Unlike the other knights, he's always believed in his king. False statement! The other knights have believed in art. So many statements. So much wrong with that statement. The other knights did believe in their king. Feared by the people, yes. The knight was proud of the young king, who never revealed any personal feelings, no matter the situation, and always remained idealistic. The knight did not serve his country, and that is why he entrusted his sword to his king, strove to aid his king, and rose to the position of the king's personal guard despite his young age. The king whose true face can never be seen. The boy tried to be fair and selfless, and did not allow his personal feelings to interfere with his duties. Rather, he hoped that if he could someday get close enough, he could see his king's real face. That is his greatest desire. He wants so much to see his king's true face, not the stern countenance the king bore on the battlefield, but the king's true face, a smiling, laughing, human face. The moment that would surely come in court, when the king is relieved of all duty. Even the most peaceful king, perfect king, cannot be on edge all the time. The knight was proved wrong, though. When he defied expectations. He reached the rank of Imperial Guard and stood at the king's side. He guarded the king more closely than any knight and always observed the king's behavior. But the moment he wished for never came. The king never smiled. Why does that make him so angry? The king should radiate glory having achieved such success. But never once did the king seem at ease even for a moment. He couldn't stand it. He wanted to believe this shouldn't happen, and so he wished for his king to be rewarded with light. That has yet to be accomplished. The king still remains solitary, and so the knight refuses to accept the king's death. It cannot end here. If it does, the great king will never be rewarded. Your Majesty, please stay here. I will summon reinforcements right away. Bedivere! It's Betty! Once they reach the forest, the knight leans his king's body against the large tree. It's a race against time. Even riding on horseback, it will take half a day to bring troops they left at the harbor. Any who see the king now would know the king would not last until dawn. Please hold on until then. I promise I will bring our troops back here. The knight bows to his half-conscious king and returns to his white steed. Bedivere! Before he can leave, the king he thought unconscious calls out to him. Your Majesty, have you woken up? Yes, I was having a dream. The king's voice is faint, but there is warmth in it. A dream, sire. The knight's voice is imploring. The king's life is balanced on the tip of a blade. The darkness will surely take his king if the knight does not respond. Yes, I've not had many dreams, so it was a valuable experience. That's wonderful. Please have a pleasant rest. I will call for reinforcements while you do. A faint gasp. The knight's words have gone unexpected. Your Majesty, have I said something to offend? No, you only surprised me. Can you still dream after you've woken? Are you saying I will return to that same dream after I close my eyes? Now it's the knight's turn to be surprised. For a moment he is at a loss for words. At length he responds, though he knows there is no truth to what he says. Yes, if you truly desire it, he will indeed return to the same dream. I've experienced it myself. It's not possible. A dream is a fleeting thing, not something to return to. Even so, the knight lies to his king. It is the first and last time he will do such a thing. I see. You are quite knowledgeable, Bedivere. The king's soft voice is admirable. The king's head remains tilted down, not looking up at the knight. The king breathes so softly it's barely audible. Bedivere, take my sword. The knight receives his king's final order. Listen, pass through the forest and travel over that bloody hill. Beyond that, you will find a lake. Throw my sword into it. Your Majesty, that would mean... The knight knows what that means. The sword in the lake. To relinquish the sword that had protected the king and served as proof of kingship would mean the end of his king. Go. Once you've fulfilled my order, and return here and tell me what you saw. The king does not take back orders. The knight takes the sacred sword and goes over the hill, his indecision weighing heavily on him. And so, 3 times the knight hesitates to follow the king's command. The lake looms in front of him, but he cannot throw the sword away. Doing so means his king will disappear. The knight's unwillingness to part with his king stays his hand, and so he returns to his king. Once again, the king orders him to throw the sword into the lake. The knight lies and claims he threw the sword into the lake as ordered. His king simply replies, "Do as I have commanded you." To defy the king's order is a great sin for a knight, but he has already done so twice. Each time he stands before the lake, he hesitates at the thought of losing his king. No more. When the knight realizes he cannot alter his king's decision, on the 3rd visit, he hurls the sword into the lake. Or he doesn't, which is a split in the timeline. The sacred sword returns to the lake. A white hand emerges from the water and catches the blade, and the sacred sword vanishes from the world. And the knight finally accepts it, the end of his king. The responsibilities that have been so long burdened the knight finally come to an end. By the 3rd time he crosses the hill, the first rays of morning light touch the forest. The ruins of the battlefield now distant. There is no trace of the bloody battle, only thin haze covers the hill. I've thrown the sword into the lake. It's back in the hands of the Lady of the Lake. At the knight's words, the king's eyes open. I see. Then you must stand proud. You have obeyed your king's command. The knight gives a silent nod to that voice, knowing the speaker is on the brink of death. It's all over. Turmoil will continue to grip the nation, the wars will not end, the day of ruin will come soon. But the king's battle is over, because he, or rather, she, fulfilled her role to the very end. The light fades. With everything done, the last of the strength that kept her going is spent. I must apologize, Bedivere. This sleep will be a long one. She closes her eyes, slowly as if going to sleep. The morning light spills through the treetops. As the king drifts to her eternal rest, a hush falls over the forest. The knight continues his vigil over the fallen king, the king he wished for, a solitary king attended by only a single knight, and he finally sees the look he hoped for on his king's face. a peaceful sleep. In her last moments, the king finally finds the peace that had so long eluded her. The knight is overjoyed. The knight thanks whoever gave his king such comfort and watches the king with a sense of pride. The heavens are distant and the clear sky is blue. The battle is truly over. Are you watching, King Arthur? His words ride the wind. The sleeping king appears to sleep into the endless blue. May your dream continue. A distant dream takes her. The battle is over. Let us put our swords down and rest in the momentary peace. After dozing in a warm dream, a new day will dawn. The days continue, and we are still following the same star we once saw. And that appears to be it for the Fate route. Okay. Long last. 4 hours. The final day and the epilogue took 4 hours. Yes, I ranted for like 10 to 15 minutes, but still so freaking long. So long this took. Oh, my throat is killing me. But I should probably be used to it, considering I'm sure that LB7 is going to be dropping within 2 weeks' time. I'm betting we will be seeing LB7, and yeah. Can I skip these epilogues here? Because I'm almost positive this is going to be copywritten music that is playing in the background right now. It has got to be copywritten music, so this might all be muted. I don't know. But I'm believing in the Marvel idea here that there might very well be some sort of post-credit scene, just in case. Besides, we're like halfway through all the background images. We're nearly at the end of the sword. So yeah, we're bound to get there soon, the end of these credits, and then once we've hit the credits, we're gonna check the endings list to confirm that this is there. And then we will be calling this long stream of ours. Okay. Still going decently. Oh yeah, that's just cutting straight to Saber slicing Gil in half. Produced by Type Moon. And the last image is Saber sleeping peacefully. For the Fate route, at least. I imagine it'll be a different image for a different route. Fin. As in, finished. It's done. It's over. Is it? New route. Wait, new route has been unlocked. Wait. Are you saying I couldn't have done any of the other routes without doing the Fate route in the first place? Seriously? Are you locked into... I missed 2 bad ends. I know one bad end I missed. I don't know what the other one is, though. Huh. Interesting. But, okay. I think that is a good point to call it here. So... that has been the Fate route of Fate Stay Night. But we're not through with it yet, because I should have shown this off earlier. The flowchart has a lot of unexplored options to take. Excuse me. Some of which might have led to bad ends. Because we apparently missed 2, but they had to have been towards the press and hold control. Thank you, J6. Thank you so much for enlightening me with that. That helps out so freaking much. But, yeah. Are these the 2 bad ends that I missed? They must be. So, going to the church. But this wasn't even a choice. Interesting. Well, we'll figure that all out later. For now, I'm calling this stream of the Fate Stay Night Remaster here. So I've been Solar Dragon. I hope you've all enjoyed this stream. If you have, leave me some feedback in whichever way you so see fit. If you want to check out more by me, be sure to check out my channel here on Twitch or YouTube. Same name, same game. There is plenty of content for all to enjoy. But once again, thank you so much for coming out. I hope you enjoyed. Have a fantastic evening, everybody.